Hello, everyone. Good evening, and thank you for joining us here at Speed Gaming for the continuation of our Metroid Prime 2 Echoes Randomizer Mentor and Mentee Tournament. My name is Marion Law, and I'll be your host for today. But joining me in the booth, we've got the one and only Soaring Wyvern. How are you today?
That's me. I'm doing pretty good.
All right, wonderful. Now, with that being said, again, we're continuing our Echoes tournament. We have the mentor versus mentees. Running on stream today on the left corner, we've got Avvina, and on the right corner, we have the one and only Nystrata, with Mike and Ivypaw as our mentors. So, with that being said, Wyvern, could you run us through what this tournament actually entails? What exactly is a mentor and mentee in this concept?
We have a group of players that are the mentees who are beginners to this game and this randomizer who want to learn more about how to play the randomizer or maybe learn like race techniques. And so they pair up with a pool of mentors who are experienced racers and players of the randomizer who will be essentially training and teaching them and guiding them through this tournament to become, like the more experienced players that they want to become. It's a pretty cool concept. I have not seen Nystrata or Avvina play, so I don't really know what to expect here today. Oh, we lost Marion.
Feel pretty good about your Great Temple starts? Albert fight and
Welcome back.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. The entire system just crashed. I love when that happens.
It's like that
But
sometimes.
oh yeah. But with that being said, the racers are starting off. We've got the countdown going. So during this entire tournament, our mentors will be guiding our mentees and racers through the various skills and tricks and logic settings they might expect. So this would be an interesting one to find out.
And here we go.
Tech. Okay. Immediately don't have to worry about tasks being annoying. What's this one? That's 9.9 times out of 10 space jump.
Yeah, I missed the Great Temple hint. I was getting stuff resized. Okay, Avvina scanning the purple gate before the fight. That's a small time save, but it's a good technique. Making pretty quick work of these splinters. Now they just have to take care of the infamous Albert, and we'll see what item he holds.
All right, so we've got a very interesting start. Screw attack already on main energy controller. So once we find space jump, that'll open up a huge amount of logic for us.
It unfortunately does open some logic already. It's just complicated. Or that's
Yeah.
beginner logic, right? Screw attack jump extensions.
Correct. We are in beginner logic. So it could be possible. It just depends on what the remaining items we have here hold for us. And the good thing is we are starting with Violet Translator, so quality of life will be much easier going through Temple Grounds.
It looks like a dark ammo expansion in the hallway there.
Well, dark ammo's not useful for us right now, but it will be later on. You can never have too much ammunition. But right away, both of our runners really want to try to find space jump, morph ball bombs, and some sort of missiles. That'll open up the rest. That'll open up the early side of Aegon Wastes and allow us to progress a little bit further and continue on this chain of who knows what.
Did you happen to see the hint in Great Temple?
I did not. My entire system had to take a restart due to some previous storm damage.
Yeah. I was resizing the stream window at the time and missed it.
Well, that's okay. I'm sure we'll figure it out later, sooner rather than later. Oh, and we see a route difference already.
Going for that was a missile expansion, I believe.
Oh, that'll give them the ability to fire missiles, so that's good to have. Oh, and good work with the screw attack advancement. And Nystrata's going for a Cursed Lake, which tells us it has a beam-related upgrade. Oh, that could be super missiles.
Oh, man.
But due to that missile launcher, we can come here to Storage A and get our first E of the run.
Every time I see a beam-related upgrade and I have to stop and think, is that super missiles? It makes me worry.
Oh, and there's Nystrata's first missile expansion, with the violet hint telling us a Morbus has a missile expansion. Oh, an interesting choice. Looks like Avvina's trying to go for Hive Chamber B. Although granted, we do not have any sort of explosive weaponry, so we cannot access it just yet. We do have to go around. And Avvina's trying to scan the violet door, as that'll reposition us right in front of it. There we go. And both runners make their way into the Aegon Wastes. Well, as we enter Aegon for the first time, thankfully we have some sort of missiles. Now, granted, we don't have a launcher, so all of these missiles that we're using are still out of logic. The game is not expecting us to have them quite yet. So that must put missile launcher somewhere relatively early.
It usually does.
Now, granted, we could get to portal access. That's a free item. Let's see, what else can we get? Well, not terribly much anything else. Can't get into portal terminal. We need bombs to use it. We need...
Sorry.
No, you're fine. What are you thinking?
We almost certainly have progression in portal access. It's one of pretty much the only logical check we have right now.
Absolutely. Unless we find Amber Translator on access, in which case we make an immediate U-turn and go for Sand Cache. So, let's find out. What do we have hiding behind door number 1 today? Oh, there's space jump.
Yeah.
Well, let's see, what does space jump open up? Well, we don't have missiles, so we can't progress into labs. But that's a missile door. So logically speaking, we're still missing missiles. Well, we're going to forget that for a little bit. We already have missiles, so might as well start doing some missile-related checks. We got Bomb Guardian open to us. We have Central Mining open. If we find bombs, that'll open up Aegon Energy Controller. We got a good amount. It unfortunately, TAS today had a missile expansion, not the launcher itself.
And Nystrata's kind of low on health here.
They are. They gotta be real careful. And 2 hits, and they'll be gone. But hopefully, we can get a good. Oh, we only have 1 missile though, so we can't get the 2 cycle. And they're not going for it either way. Now we're looking at a good 3 to 4 cycle Bomb Guardian. Meanwhile, Avvina's making their way into portal access, about to find their air space jump boots.
This is old Patrick, correct? No RAs for new Patrick.
Let me double check. Let me pull up the runner's agreement form. No, correct. Yes, we have no runner's agreements, so we should be running on Old Patcher, meaning they have immediate access into GFMC compound. So it's theoretically possible that missile launchers on the crate item. It's almost guaranteed at this point.
Yeah. So, following the logic, I would be making the assumption that either of main power bombs or missile launcher are in GFMC. And if it's missile launcher, then you would know that the save room has to have Emerald Translator or main power bombs, I guess. But because you could screw attack break that rock, so that's logical, yeah?
Yeah, it would be, yeah. And since the game does not account for a save warp in any capacity, then you would be right with that having to be Emerald Translator just to get out. Unless, for some reason, which is extremely unlikely, we find a combination of Dark Visor Seekers and go back through Sentinel's Bridge. But I'd say more than likely, main power bombs or missile launcher is guaranteed. With Bomb Guarding hiding another E-Tank. So that's 1 for Nystrata, 2 for Avvina. But at this point, it's a safe play to go back to Temple Grounds. You don't want to dive into labs quite yet. You don't have bombs or any sort of beams. And you can't get into Dark Aegon right now due to the lack of bombs. So it looks like both runners will be heading back for the Hive Chamber loop, do A and B. That gets you 2 items. Then come back and make your way towards Compound. See if that's either A, main power bombs, or B, launcher. And if it is main power bombs, well, congratulations, you just got a lot more checks opened up to you.
I don't really like doing Hive Chamber first, though, because they don't have a logical bomb to break the Morph bomb check. So even if DMT has progression, they're missing out on a check there.
That's fair. We are missing Hive Chamber B. But the good thing is B, it's not terrible to route back into. It's just 2 rooms away from your elevator back to Aegon. So at any point, if they do decide to take the elevator from Aegon entrance, it's a simple 1-minute check.
Yeah. At the very least, I'd do GFMC first, because it's more likely. Well, it is the logical path.
Oh, Defiled Shrine's got a key in it. Well, that's something you don't like to see.
Well, I mean, it's not the worst. If it's an STK, then you'll route there when you go to get hints, most likely.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the chances of it being an STK are 50-50.
Yes, that is true.
Oh, and screw attack against DMT. And hello, missile expansion.
So this is not really going to pay off, it doesn't look like.
Unfortunately not, no. It looks like Avvina took a save warp back to get that dark ammo expansion.
Oh, if there's an early Annihilator beam, that ammo expansion could come in handy.
That's true. Yeah, we don't have any runners agreements, so that means no multiplayer items, no unlimited beam ammo, no unlimited missiles, no cannonball, nothing. Though on a technicality, we could get cannonball, but it would require out of bounds. And even so, if we do go for cannonball, we'd have to have a very specific circumstance to want to go for it. And that could be a variety.
We're getting the Ink Reliquary hint here. A movement system in Ink Reliquary.
Oh, I don't like that.
Light suit locked movement system. So for us, that is either of gravity or grapple.
Well, if it's grapple beam, we can skip it. We have no use for it. But if it's gravity, then these runners better hope Lower Torvus doesn't have anything useful.
It almost certainly has at least one STK.
Yeah, that's fair. I remember yesterday's race, we had Sanctuary and Inghive both pretty much deleted. So I wonder how it's going to compensate. Oh, hello, bombs! That's
very interesting.
We still don't have missiles yet, so that's... Oh, that could put missiles on
They have
mining
screw
station
attacks,
access.
so they could actually turn around and escape the GFMC without the power bombs.
Right.
I always forget screw attack breaks that gate. So I would actually really like to go check comms area right now. I wouldn't have dropped down here.
Oh, that's a good idea. Well, that's okay. Riding back to comms area from a Great Temple's not terrible. It's just one room away. But it will take time trying to go through Dynamo Chamber. But on the plus side, we do get to see what's here on Mining Station A due to the acquisition of bombs. And we know this can't be missile launcher. So I would hopefully have a power bomb if we're lucky.
Did Avvina trigger the cutscene in GFMC after picking up the bombs?
They did not, no.
They'll have to be careful when they come back. I'm pretty sure you need to do that.
Yeah, they
to
could.
avoid, crash.
Unless that crash has been patched, but I don't have any relevant information on it.
Avvina somehow screw bonked and landed on a hive full of bees. Yeah, I saw that too. It looked intentional to me.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do with your however many thousands of pounds of armor that you're wearing. Just go right for a beehive.
Bees can't sting through steel, right?
Well, I mean, these aren't regular bees now. These are mutated alien bees. And if you ever seen Chica Adult being the mama bee, well, I bet she can sting through the armor.
Oh, Dark Visor, okay.
Yep, Dark Visor here on mining, not mining, we're in transport. Transport A. Well, that'll help us later when we eventually get to Battleground for the ink cache.
Seekers have not been hinted yet, unless that was the Great Temple hint. Neither of us saw the Great Temple hint.
Oh, looks like Avvina's going back for communications area.
I like this.
Yeah, you have bombs. You might as well go for it. It's a check that's right here. You're not wasting any time by going for it. And it's another missile. Oh, lovely.
You know, we need more of those.
Absolutely. The more missiles we have, the safer we'll be. Although, I'm wondering if Avvina will go back for Hive Chamber B now that they have a way to open it.
That is true. But did Avvina also do the Splinter Hive loop?
I know one of them did. I just can't remember who.
Yeah, Avvina hasn't. Yeah,
No,
Nystrata
no.
definitely did fight DMG.
So Avina's probably going to do the entire loop then. Meanwhile, Nystrata's going to forego Hive Chamber B and go right back to Aegon Waste, where they know progression will be found. Space jump, screw attack, bombs. We could go right for a labs play. We can make early Dark Aegon play. We've got a lot of options open to us. But right now, I'd say both runners are really trying to find Amber Translator to get some hints. And at the least, you really want to try to find Dark Beam due to some early checks that are quite spread out.
Yeah, Amber not showing up yet is a little bit worrisome. We could miss out on a lot of hints here. Oh, well, there it is.
Never mind. Let us just hold that thought real quick.
Redacted.
Yeah. Someone take that off the official record. So let's go and turn right back around to Mining Plaza and see what Amber hint number 1 has for us.
Mining Plaza hint says Light Beam is in Aegon.
That is fantastic information.
We'll probably see that pretty soon.
I hope so. You know, if I had to put Light Beam somewhere, personally, I'd throw it right on... I'd throw it on Storage D, right behind Dark Samus. You want your Light Beam? Well, you better find your Dark Beam first. Oh, an MSA has a joke hint for us. Remember to always get your energy transfer module. Nope. It looks like going for Hive Chamber B was worth it. Avvina just found Spider Ball.
Spider Ball, that's pretty big. Wonder if super missiles will show up. That'd be a little bit cursed.
Oh, Spider Balls, Super Missiles, you're really trying to push for a Storage C play.
It's a very frequently forgotten about check. Especially if you have to get up there with Spider. But they've got Space Jump Screw Attack, so they probably wouldn't do that.
That's fair, but I can't recall the last time ever seeing the vanilla route done. I'm sure it's happened before, probably having your Screw Attack in Storage C. But at that point, it's like, well, maybe I should stop playing this game.
Nystrata trying to use Screw Attack to kill those Dark Troopers.
You might as well use every resource you have.
Super Missile Hint, exactly 2 rooms away from Aegon Waste, main... what was that?
Main reactor.
Main reactor.
That's right where you fight Dark Samus, so that could be... That could be Command Center, or it could be... Sand Canyon. Vent Area A is 1 room away, Sand Processing's 1 room away. So we either need power bombs and light beam. Well, we found that the Spider Ball. I'm wondering if it is Sand Canyon because you have Spider to get through it. We know light beam's here in Aegon Wastes. That would make sense. What are you thinking, Wyvern?
Honestly, 2 rooms from main reactor. That could put it in. What is that boost ball room with all the sand in it?
Sand processing? Oh, isn't that 1 room away, though?
Is there not an intermediate room?
Not between sand processing and main reactor, no. There's a small hallway in sand processing that connects right into main
I've been via
reactor.
that little hallway, yeah.
No, that's still the same room. But Nystrata's made their way into Dark Aegon.
Yeah, it's pretty much Sand Canyon, Command Center, one of those two.
Well, Command Center would be a freebie, and Sand Canyon we would need power bombs and light beam. Looks like Avvina's probably going for Aegon Energy Controller to get that Amber Hint. You know, the one thing I don't like about early Dark Aegon is if you don't have Dark Beam, you'll be isolating in Cache 4 for the longest time. Like, I hate leaving in Cache 4 untouched, as more times than not, it's a required item.
Having no beams at all right now is really making routing options not plentiful. Progressive suit can be found in Temple Grounds.
All right, I'm going to put money on it and say that suit's in Hall of Honor dead.
You think so?
Well, that's just where I'd like to see it. Yeah, make them do Hall of Honor for once. Now, what about you? Where do you want to see that suit at?
I'm not super sure, honestly. Being literally any room in Temple Grounds.
Well, that's fair.
Maybe it could be somewhere as simple as Dynamo Chamber. We don't have power bombs yet. Grand Wind Chamber.
Oh, that would be terrible. Making them do Wind Chamber skip.
Yeah, but then it could just be in Gateway, you know? It could be anywhere.
That's true, it could be. And speaking of anywhere, it appears Nystrata is shooting the statue here in Judgment Pit.
I have to step away for a moment.
Oh, you're fine. So we are shooting this statue here in Judgment Pit, but why are we doing this? Well, in front of that statue has Jump Guardian's hitbox. And as you can see, Jump Guardian has very little health now. Upon first entry of Judgment Pit, Jump Guardian's hitbox will always be spawned at the beginning of the cutscene. As long as you don't enter the center of the room in the safe zone, this fight will never start. And if you manage to get up to that hitbox, you can start damaging it. And missile launcher on Jump Guardian, that is completely logical. As we don't need, as bombs would let us leave GFMC compound, so yeah, we are back in logic. And with that, we're going to head right into the broom closet, see what's hiding here in the storage room.
Well, I don't really think we were ever out of logic, because we did use the missiles. Wait, what was in the safe station room? That was Spider Ball? Yes, you're right. We were out of logic there for a second. So I was going to say they could have used Screw Attack to escape GFMC.
No, hold on. No, no, Spider Ball was down in Hive Chamber B. Safe station was Dark Visor.
Dark Visor, that's what was in there. Which we have not used yet.
No, we have not. And Broom Closet had a missile.
If I had to guess...
Or no, that wasn't a missile, that was a red key, I think.
Where to use Dark Visor? I'd say probably the Incash and maybe Battlegrounds.
That's a good one for it. It's early. There's no risk in going for it. Yeah, you might as well. But we have information on 2 of the 3 Aegon keys. We know Amorbus is half dead. The problem is we don't have confirmation on what Mining Plaza has. Now, I'm sure the runners saw it when they peeked it. But for us in this booth, we are a little too far away.
It's kind of hard to get a good position to peek this item when the pirates are trying to attack you.
But an item we absolutely can get is here in Transport Center, which happens to be another missile expansion for us.
I think that's either of light beam or main power bombs there. They can't use this cannon yet. They gotta reload the room.
Yeah, I hope
They're not.
as long as Avvina
light
knows the
beam.
screw attack. There they go. They got it. They got this. They don't need to do any fancy tricks.
Just careful not to screw attack into that tunnel.
Yeah,
a couple times now.
Yeah, you don't want to accidentally clip out of bounds. But thanks to Light Beam, they can take a shortcut right to Command Center, right into the upper portion of Command Center.
Now we get to see if that suit is in here.
If it's not here, it's got to be in Sand Processing. Not processing, a Sand Canyon.
Sand Canyon. And that looks not like a suit.
I'd
Scanmizer,
garner.
they'd be able to see it.
Yeah, I'd garner it's a missile expansion.
I thought it looked kind of silvery, but it looks too small to be a suit. Looks like they're going to go for it.
Yeah, whatever it is, might as well grab it.
Oh, why not?
Or are they just gonna leave?
Looks like it. I guess they didn't like the look of that item.
Huh.
Oh,
That's
they didn't get the hint.
Oh. Okay. Well, that...
Well, you gotta break that with the cannon to get in there. I don't think you can scan that through the barrier.
Yeah, there might be a small gap on the left side, but I've never tried it.
So we get to see if Dark Visor is useful here.
Oh, yeah, there is a gap.
Yeah. Okay. Beam related. Could be beam ammo, could be dark beam.
It could be supers.
Didn't we pick up supers? No, we had a supers hint.
We had the hint for it.
But the supers are 2 rooms from main reactor.
Nope, that was your suit that we're talking about earlier.
The suit's in Temple Grounds.
Oh, you're right. Super missile is what we're talking about. Duh.
Yeah, I did say suit. I got us confused when we walked into Command Center. So
Okay, you know,
super missiles.
I gotta start writing things down.
I'm using the hint tracker, and I just spoke without glancing at it first.
Well, about to get confirmation. Yeah, that's supers here in Command Center. You're absolutely right. I apologize.
I apologize for not looking at that. Oh no, Avvina, you went too far.
Go back, Avvina. Take the first path on the right. There you go.
They made the pizza pirates go through the portal.
The pizza pirates.
Yeah, if you so they like do this chant, and if you listen to them, it sounds like they're just repeatedly yelling pizza, pizza. It's great.
Oh, I usually don't play with audio on. I've never heard it. That's hilarious. All right, so super missiles. As you mentioned earlier, we could get into storage C thanks to thanks to screw attack. So hopefully that has something good for us.
I'm not sure what else we could do in labs, though. I mean, light beam plus spider gets us out of. Well, yeah, we could route this way to get to Sand Canyon, I guess.
We could, yeah, what we could do, we could go through bioenergy, get both bioenergy and storage C, go into sand processing. Now there is a screw attack trick and a bomb space jump method to get sand processing without boost ball. If they want to do that, they can, but I know for a fact both Mike and Ivypaw are familiar with that trick, so they should be able to explain and then teach it to both of them. But
Yeah,
once we hit main reactor, we could defeat Dark Samus, use screw attack on the crystal gate, reload main reactor, and then go right for Sand Canyon, as you said.
having supers though, I'm pretty interested now in that suit hen about Temple Grounds. There's a lot of Temple Grounds that opens up as soon as you get super missiles. I don't think it's interesting enough to turn around and head there with Check still in Aegon.
No, I would wait until your next save warp after you've done some Aegon cleanup. Oh, and Avvina taking a nasty bonk to fall all the way down. And Nystrata's not going for storage C. They're going to continue through unless they're turning around.
I think they were trying to get a better angle. Interestingly, you can screw attack all the way to storage C from that little lip that they screw attack to the item from. You just gotta bonk your head just right.
Yep, they can. It's possible. Oh, Avvina's going for it, and storage C has a red key, which is our last Dark Aegon key. That's not good.
The racers are surprisingly well paced together today.
Yeah, they're pretty much right on top of each other. The only exception, no, they both did jump. They both did jump guardian.
I suppose Nystrata's missing Spider. So we'll have to see when that becomes important.
Yeah, I feel like Nystrata's using the wrong lip here. I'd move to the center one, go straight across to storage C, and then make your wide jump across.
I do prefer the center one. I feel like it's bonk and get more height.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Oh
Nope.
no, ceiling bonk.
That's not the bonk we wanted. Looks like she's just gonna race the platform instead.
Yeah, you only have to lower the center one once and the left one twice. You don't have to do the full stack because there's a pretty easy slope jump that, or well, not really a slope jump. I guess it would be a standable slope that you can just jump to.
I remember having it once. There was a major item here in bioenergy during a multi, and sadly, there's a hyper mode bomb jump trick they can do without space jump. I do not recommend anyone to ever do it. It is a ridiculously hard bomb jump.
Oh, the bomb jump for climbing these?
Yeah.
I tried to do that the other day. I was practicing and Rico was watching and he was like, oh hey, you can do a bomb jump to climb this. And I was trying. He was like, oh right, that's hyper mode. And I was like, dude, why would you even say that?
It's extremely difficult. I could remember incorrectly, but I believe it requires no space jump screw attack to work. Like, you use the screw attack to get just the right height to get onto the next platform. But speaking of screw attack and space jump, over on the left with Avvina, you see him going for a triple bomb jump into an instant unmorph. Now we're doing all this to skip sand processing.
I have not personally performed either the screw attack trick or the BSJ to skip that puzzle in sand processing. It seems pretty difficult.
I will say that the BSJ is a lot more routinely gotten. it's a lot easier to set up and get more consistently. I've gotten that screw attack method once out of hundreds of attempts. It is way too precise.
Feels weird to not see Dark Samus instantly melted by power bombs.
It's weird seeing the entire fight.
Well, that was a good screw attack bonk there.
Yeah, but I like how Avvina's going for a somewhat pseudo stun lock on her.
Yeah, Dark Samus is not wanting to pop that shield though. There we go.
Nope. Oh, that was some good damage. And Nystrata's also doing the same thing, going for the pseudo stun lock into a screw attack. And the good thing about this, with all the Dark Samus fights, if you fire a regular missile at her, she is forced to raise that little phazon shield. Once that shield goes down, we have a few frames where we can input some damage.
Nystrata's doing great damage with screw attacks, even though they are out of missiles.
And Avvina's down to 5, still trying to go for it. Nope. Alright, Dark Samus is down for Avvina. And 2 more screw attacks on Nystrata and she'll be all set.
If they get the head just right, could just run.
Well, let's find out.
It's the cannon. They've given up on the screw attack strat.
And
Probably
it looks...
a better time save.
And there's a missile expansion here in storage B, so we're not going to go for it. And here's why we need a screw attack. You saw that crystal just activate with screw attack. For whatever reason, these light crystals have a hitbox that takes damage from screw attack. And I still, to this day, have no idea why it's like that. Alright, so main reactor's been reloaded. What's here on the actual item and Dark Oasis?
Beam related in Dark Oasis.
Well,
That looks
that's
like a missile.
well, that's good. We need supers to get Dark Oasis logically. And we already have supers, so that solves that. Oh, but we don't have power bombs to get Spider's treasure yet, so that's going to be fun.
That is correct. Oh man, it'd be real nice if there was a power bomb expansion right there above it, though.
That would be pretty good timing.
I'd probably prefer to get Sand Canyon with it, though, rather than use it to go to Spider's treasure.
That's fair. I can accept. Okay, so now let's take a step back and figure out what are we really trying to do now? Well, we've just gone through the entirety of Aegon Labs. We can't yet get into Dark Labs due to the lack of Dark Beam or Annihilator, so we can't get out, nor get in. We don't have Boost Ball, but we know where Spider Ball is. We have Light Beam, which is nice, and we have Supers. Oh no, I just thought of something.
Boost Ball and Holodon are dead? No, it can't be.
No, that would be pretty mean.
Get to it without boost.
That'd be really mean. Have your boost ball deleted. No, I was thinking that we have light beam, we have supers, we have bombs. We could technically go back to landing site, go through meeting grounds with super missiles, and make our way into Torbus Lagoon for a dark beam hiding there.
So, the only issue that, like, I would love to see that but I don't think air underwater is a logical trick for these
Oh,
settings.
that's fair. I'm forgetting about air underwater.
But that, with the items we have, that would be just the worst place to see Dark Beam right now.
You'd almost have to last location it. Well, Avvina's making their first trek into Dark Aegon, though. So we'll get to see another Jump Guardian skip. And a nice little time save here over in Portal Terminal. The game only checks if the last sand block has been destroyed, as that's what ties the cutscene trigger. So if you manage to skip the first two, go straight to the third, congratulations, you just skipped a minute of puzzles.
Though you know what, with super missiles, your idea wasn't so bad. They could take that Amber Gate to Meeting Grounds because they have Amber and Light Beam. So when, it's like Nystrata just did a save warp, if they had gone through the Amber Gate, they could have gone and hit the super missile door to get to Wind Chamber Gateway.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, Wind Chamber Gateway is accessible to us. That would still be a terrible location, but it would be a little bit better.
It's pretty out of the way to be forced to get there with super missiles.
That's fair, but what else can we really do at this point? We don't have
Doesn't
power
seem
bombs,
like a lot.
so yeah. And even though we have that spider ball, it's not helping us terribly much. We don't have a lot we can do. Oh,
Astral, the seed's not too bad. Things seem to be in pretty scattered locations, though, so we keep getting to the point where we're like, how many checks do we have left? But nothing awful has been required yet.
no, nothing terrible. But I would say it's time to start making your way towards Meeting Grounds and checking Wind Chamber. You're
I would agree, yeah.
you're running on your last legs here. There's very few checks we can do. And we can't access Dark World at all through normal means. But we do have all three Aegon key locations. But we know Amorbis is a dead check. We don't have to fight it.
Yeah, there's
But-
nothing in Mining Plaza, nothing on Amorbis.
Well, I hope nothing's in Mining Plaza.
I thought we got a good look at it earlier.
No, I don't know. I'm partially blind. I'm sitting here looking at this little screen of a window we have in the commentary booth. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. We have supers. We can go right through Warrior's Walk. We could go back to Dark Aegon, go through Warrior's Walk, and then get both Battleground items. And I believe double path is Light Beam on the bottom side for both checks. So Battleground's not on logic. Can we do that? Come on. Yeah, curse you, logic chain.
Yeah,
Oh,
'cause the
right, no
super
soup.
doors behind those ink locks.
Yeah, no soup for the claws.
You could peek it though, because we do know that the ink cache has a beam related upgrade, which is probably just ammo. So, I mean, going as far as to just open the door and look at the item, the Warrior's Walk is logical. So I would go that way to do the check, and then just open the door to Battleground and see what's floating there.
Yep, and there's Avvina fighting their missile launcher. And here we're going to see Grand Wind Chamber Walkway.
Oh, that's something. That's the
Is that a
suit. That's the
Oh.
suit.
That puts Battleground in logic.
Yeah, that thing you were just saying. Now go do it.
Hey, look at that. See, I can be smart and predict things.
You knew it was there the whole time.
Absolutely. I totally knew that. That's why I said it. Yep, yep. And there's Cannonball, by the way. That's an interesting spot for Cannonball. We don't have an immediate use for it, but it will help. So looks like Nystrata being this close to Torvus Lagoon, they're going to go right for Lagoon. And due to Avvina, I wonder if Avvina's going to go straight for Battleground, regardless of the suit. They have 2 E-tanks, they can get through it. Oh, and with...
boost, I don't know if I would try it.
Well, they do have Cannonball, so they won't take damage through it.
Oh, Avvina has Cannonball?
Yeah. Yeah,
oh,
Cannonball's
right.
on Junction Site.
Nystrata.
Junction Site cannon, just roll on through. And that's... Oh, boy. Might as well do the fight. You want to get it. And Torvus Lagoon has a beam related on Poison Bog.
Okay, supercharging the nodes to kill the incoming ing after these.
Oh, and we have
timely to... Oh, what was it in Lagoon?
Power Bomb expansion.
That's good, actually.
Yeah, but it depends if Nystrata goes for air underwater, though.
Is this a save or a warp? It's a warp.
Oh, you're not going for the PB expansion. Well, due to that suit logic, I'd say IV is pushing Nystrata to go right for Battleground. And not to mention, due to that Emerald Translator, that'll start pushing Torvus more into logic.
Through Battlegrounds, you could push into Dark Labs, I suppose.
What is that hiding up? Oh, that's Dark Beam.
Is that Dark Beam?
That's Dark Beam on Battleground in cache.
No. I totally would have ignored that. I usually read Beam related and go, nah, that's ammo.
I'm right there with you. I would not have put Dark Beam here. But that is amazing for Avvina and Mike. Oh, Nystrata's got to make her way over to Battleground. What a lucky find.
It's pretty great.
So let's go ahead and break this down again. We've got Dark Beam, Supers, Light Beam, Emerald Translator, Amber Translator. We have everything we need for a logical Torvus play.
Yeah, I'd probably go ahead and do Dark Labs first, as Jeff suggested, because now that we have Dark Beam, we can push pretty far in.
Absolutely. You're already here. You might as well get these clears done. So that gets us, let's see, Storage D is in logic. We can get Light Beams, that's in cache 3.
Check is the only one we couldn't get, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we don't have Annihilator Beam for it. And Doomed Entry has something on it. Does not appear to have the tracker updated with anything major, so probably an expansion. Yeah, it looks like Nystrata's going right for Portal Terminal to access Dark Aegon. That's a great play. Both of these runners are so close to each other.
Though I wonder if they're keeping in mind what's available to them in Temple Grounds, because they know that the suit is there. They got the hint. But if they continue finding progression items and opening up more of Temple Grounds, they might have a harder time finding it.
You bring up a good point. As more becomes available to you, how do you route it efficiently?
You kind of just have to remember.
And the good thing with both of these mentors, with Ivypaw and Mike, well, I'd say personally both of them are extremely well versed in logic and routing. So with these two mentors here, it shouldn't be too terrible of a problem for Avvina and Nystrata. It's just going to be a headache due to, well, you got so much open. How do you get through it? And that's what I love about these mentor and mentee tournaments. Having someone else physically there with you, keeping you calm, guiding you through the process, it helps tremendously. So, Cannonball. Nystrata just picked up their ball of the cannon. Well, since we did mention it, we might as well dive into what it is. Wyvern, what exactly is this cannonball thing?
You know, I don't fully understand it myself. As far as I'm aware, cannonball is an item that recreates the state of being fired out of a cannon. So it deals damage to enemies that touch you, and also gives you the ability to use like a pseudo boost ball effect. It's not logical in any way, but it's fun to have, and it can be used pretty strategically, as we saw Avvina used it to get through the clause here in Battlegrounds. So I'm not really sure of its origins, but it's a pretty effective item to have.
You are absolutely correct on everything that you said.
Sweet.
So, yeah, Cannonball, whenever you enter a kinetic orb cannon, the game gives you an actual physical item known as Cannonball. Now, you can't obtain it through normal means. Once you go through the cannon, you have it. Once you hit the end plate at the end of your cannon's launch trajectory, that item gets deleted from your inventory. Speedrunners and glitch hunters found a way that if you enter a kinetic orb cannon from out of bounds, you bypass that end plate and keep the cannonball item in your inventory, allowing for this state to be kept throughout multiple rooms and regions. And in my opinion, the best utilization of Cannonball is if you ever have to fight Dark Torvus Temple and do Chica. For whatever reason, Chica takes 500,000 hit points of damage per frame in the adult form, which just instantly ends the fight.
It is pretty nice. If not equal, probably a runner-up to that is just having it for Emperor Ing too.
Oh, absolutely. Preventing all that damage from the little tendrils, it makes it so much easier.
Just not getting knocked around like a hacky sack is it's good enough for me.
I'm right there with you. All right, so both runners have located Dark Beam. Now here's the question. As Kirby fans pointing out in chat, do you route in Cache 4?
Avvina just did in Cache 4, didn't they?
I was watching Nystrata. I have no idea. I want to say yes, just based on them being a crossroad and going into transport. Yeah, they must have. Yeah.
Avvina just did in Cache 4. If I'm not mistaken, it was a missile expansion.
Well, hey, you might as well do the check. You never know what it'll have. And you never want to isolate a check. Once you start isolating rooms, then your late game starts to be a problem as you got to come back for it later. And there's not really a good time to do it. But with all this current equipment, we're looking pretty solid for a Torvus Bog play.
That's probably where I would go next. Probably just right through the front gate.
Yeah, go right through Lagoon. Or, with I know Mike's familiar with Out of Bounds and Secretless Seeker skips. I'm curious if he might try to teach Avvina the Secretless Seeker door skip here in Torvus Temple.
If
to bypass it.
if Avvina doesn't know that, there's almost no way they would try to teach it. It's 2 seeker skips in a row.
God, that is a bad camera.
Yeah, and this is kind of just a bad half pipe in general. It looks like they're going to go for it though.
Avvina, remorph on the pipe. Get your camera angle fixed.
Oh, no, they're trying to. No, this is a boost ball thing,
Oh.
or this is a cannonball thing. Cannonball camera. On these
Oh,
half because you don't
that's
have boost ball, the camera does not
fair.
automatically adjust.
That's fair. Yeah. So they're trying to get up to that dark portal to actually stop. There we go. And they're going for the item on Crossroad.
I don't recall it being peaked, so this could be something interesting.
Hopefully it's a power bomb expansion. That would be pretty good to have. Well, look at that.
For routing purposes, it would. Look at there's our hamburger. Nope, you got to go back to the portal chamber.
And it appears we have just lost Nystrata's OBS and feedback. Oh, there it is. Why is it when I say things, something happens? I gotta stop doing that. Next thing you know, I'm gonna start cursing these runners more than Reed does.
I was accidentally watching the Twitch stream instead of the free stream.
Oh, I've done that before.
I was like, how do you see things before me?
Well, I saw them before you because we have the faster relay.
Yep.
Sorry, sand processing time. Now, logically, we don't have boost ball for this, but due to Cannonball giving us the mock boost ball, we can definitely see what this item is.
And if you're here, you might as well not leave it behind.
I completely agree. And it's just another missile expansion. Oh, and Avvina's probably going to take a save warp here. I mean, you don't need to go for the save warp. You could just go right into landing site.
Well, as far as Aegon goes, they've kind of cleared it out. Probably right about now would be the time for them to go suit hunting. And find that suit and then probably go to Tortoise.
I agree with you. Yeah, granted, Nystrata already found the suit off of the Grand Chamber Wind Walkway.
In fact, I don't think there's a probably to it. I think the only place to go is Tortoise after that.
Yeah, you can't get into... Well, you could get into Sanctuary through Sank Entrance with Emerald. Although you really don't want to.
You've got cannon. You can open the gate, yeah.
Oh, wait, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. There's a Dark Visor Seeker lock preventing it right after Sank Entrance.
After Sank Entrance. You can still check Sank Entrance with this cannonball.
Yes, 100%. But it's still Sank Entrance.
And it's not pointed at logically yet, so that'd be kind of out of the way.
Yeah, personally, I'd hold off on doing Sank Entrance until at least you find either your normal boost ball or possibly Seekers. But here we have Nystrata going through meeting grounds for the second time. This will route us into Torvus Lagoon, in which case, due to Dark Beam, we will have full access to continue on. Oh, that's pretty hilarious. She tried to shoot the door open, but the War Wasp came out of the hive and blocked it.
They pulled a get down Mr. President on the beam door.
I mean, that is a pretty fat door. And that War Wasp is so tiny. But hey, it did its job. And it appears we have also lost Avvina's OBS. I'm surprised that didn't fix itself after I said it. Alrighty, Torvis. Welcome to Torvis Bog. Oh, there it is. And Sand Canyon just had a missile expansion. Well, I've got good news for you, Wyvern.
Yeah?
We've located Boost Ball.
Is there bad news?
Well, the bad news is it's all the way in Culling Chamber.
Well, we did know that Boost Ball. Oh wait, no, we didn't. We didn't have a Boost Ball hint.
No, we just found it here on Path of Eyes. Oh, interesting route change here. Due to finding that power bomb expansion on Crossroad, Avvina's going for Spider's Treasure, and they have Spider Balls, so they can definitely make a play off of it. Meanwhile, Nystrata, she's decided to go into Torvis Bog thanks to Dark Suit and Dark Beam. Interesting choice here.
What room was Boost in?
Culling Chamber. So Avvina's about to get it.
Interesting plan to use that power bomb expansion to hit up Spider's side when it's not quite logical, but it's gonna pay off.
Absolutely. They're going to come across Boost Ball. And, well, we don't really need Cannonball anymore unless we have to fight Chica later on. But there is a way to get Cannonball again if we delete it. And by delete it, I meant the Cannonball restream, not both of the streams. Please hold while we have some slight technical difficulties. There we go. Oh, and our first STK has been found on Forgotten Bridge. Oh, and another good side effect of Boost Ball, or Cannonball, sorry. You take no Dark Aether damage while in Cannonball. So anytime you're in Morph Ball, your health bar will not decrease.
You don't take damage at all, except for maybe from Ingstorm, I think. It could even protect you from Ingstorm, but I've never tried, honestly.
I've never thought to try it. And we have a confirmation that Sonic Boom is in Hazen Cliff. We are not going to get that ever. And Nystrata is here in the wonderful Torvis Temple. The best space pirate fight of the entire game. Changed my mind.
I don't know. They're all pretty short. They're not very memorable.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
Sometimes I struggle to remember that Echoes has Space Pirates in it.
Oh, Chat is confirming that Cannonball does protect against ink storms.
That's huge.
Oh, that gets...
So,
what is it, Ink Reliquary?
yeah, if Reliquary is main power bombs, because that was a movement system, wasn't it?
It was. That could be Gravity Boost.
Could be.
Although 2 E-Tanks trying to do a Cannonball rush on the Inkstorm, that's going to be a bit tricky. As you'll need to unmorph to get the actual item in Reliquary. But we have Dark Suit, so...
Pretty quick unmorph. I think you'd be fine.
Oh boy, a red key. Hey, look, a Chica key. That's something you don't want to see. And Nystrata is getting that emerald hint off of Torvis Energy Controller. Sadly, we are unable to confirm what it is.
Okay, we got a Dark Torvis key hint here. Dark Torvis Bog, Sky Temple Grounds, and Torvis Bog.
Oh, Sky Temple, that's going to be fun. Oh, that could be the defiled shrine key that was hinted at earlier. But Nystrata now has power bombs due to Torvis Temple access. That will allow them to get Great Bridge's power bomb item. And due to Emerald, we have access to the underground temple loop. Underground tunnel. Underground temple. We are now playing Ocarina of Time. Please do not ever remind me of the water temple. That was not a fun experience. And Avvina's still going for Aegon waste cleanup. Just coming out of sand processing.
The hint in Torvis energy control was a joke hint.
Okay. Well, now we have both joke hints out of the way. That's good information. As we know, the rest of our hints in this game will have, hopefully, some useful knowledge. But before we do anything else, let's go ahead and take a look over at Meditation Vista, which has an ETM. It looks like Avvina's done with Aegon Waste. They took a save warp out from labs. Let's go on for meeting grounds through Transport C. This will allow us to enter Torvis Bog for the first time, and in turn, allow us to start clearing some areas. But before we do anything else, we are going to take a quick stop over here in Torvis. Where are we? Our Torvis Plaza. The most infamous Torvis check out of all of them.
Meanwhile, Avvina looks like they're heading to Hall of Honor dead. Oh, they fell and boosted while they were pointing downward. Shot them straight into the bottom of that room.
You know, I will say, I despise for that sand bridge room for one reason. That I was stuck in a multi for over 2 hours because I forgot those sand blocks disappeared and you can go to the lower path.
So Avvina continued to Hall of Honor dead, and oh, we're unfrozen. Never mind. No spoilers.
No spoilers. Hey, we want our spoils back.
I didn't tell you.
Oh, come on. All right, fine. Well, how is it the second we said that it got frozen again?
The item in Hall of Honor dead is Annihilator Beam.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, that's mean. And Nystrata is going through Torvis Plaza. And Avvina's unfrozen. Now, the good thing about Hall of Honor Dead This puzzle is always the same. It will always have the same answer, no matter what you're playing. And Nystrata's got to be careful due to that barb. Or the sporb. Oh, and they fell down.
They have cannon. So as long as it doesn't grab them, or can it even grab you? Wouldn't it die?
I'm not positive. I've never tested that theory.
Okay, we're gonna have to screw attack out of this room, or do the seeker skip, or do the instant unlock.
Well, I'd go for the seeker skip. That's a little bit more manageable. Or not the seeker skip, the out of bounds.
Screw attacking into the tunnel's not too bad. Avvina made it into the tunnel. Optimally, you want to activate your screw attack at about the time your cursor's level at the bottom of the tunnel, but it does depend a little bit on your distance.
And for those who might be wondering in chat, what we're currently doing, we're here in Hall of Honor dead. Now we didn't have boost ball, but we had cannonball as a mock boost ball. And sidestepping that, Nystrata just found gravity boost. Well, I got good news for you, Wyvern. Ing Reliquary is not required. That is a confirmation of Grapple Beam in Ing Reliquary. And Avvina just landed the screw attack to get into the tunnel. Great job. So, in short, your screw attack hitbox is the size of a morph ball. Because your hitbox is the same size as the morph ball tunnel itself, you can put one into another. It's a perfect fit. Congratulations, you're now in the tunnel. But wait a minute, now that your animation's done, the game doesn't know how to put you, so it'll either A, morph you instantly, or B, pop you out of bounds. And thankfully, it pops us out of bounds. But the good news is we can just morph and be right in that tunnel. I could be wrong in that explanation.
Sounded right to me.
Well, as long as it sounded right, I guess we're okay. But due to that gravity boost, that'll make Torvus movement a whole heck of a lot easier. And lower Torvus now becomes logical.
Avvina gonna take a stop to check the wind chamber gateway and find that suit.
All right, so we got the first suit 1 hour 15 minutes in.
It looks like they're going to use their power bomb to peek gateway or wind chamber here.
And
It's a missile.
well, that's good. That means we don't have to do the skip here.
Oh, Tumos is an STK.
No, you're kidding.
Avvina just read the hint.
That was the hint on FTA. Tumos has an STK.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. I knew this game was too good to be true. So, Soaring, since you brought it up, what exactly is Tumos for those in chat?
Tumos is a term that we use for the second time you visit Umos, who has the main energy controller item. So whenever you, in the game, whenever you return all of the light to Light Aether, he opens it up and gives you the light suit. But since this is randomized, it is not the light suit inside of the main energy controller. So we just call that Tumos because it's the second item you get from him. Initially, he gives you the Violent Translator.
And how exactly would we be able to access Tumos?
In this case, you have to defeat Quadraxis and return the planetary energy of Sanctuary Fortress. That is the trigger that unlocks that particular event.
Well, we had to have one cursed seed today. And Quadraxis, unfortunately, we have to defeat Quad for that to get that planetary energy, do we? Or, I mean, there might be an out of bounds.
Don't have to defeat Quad. You just have to get the planetary energy.
So we could out of bounds it.
Fight. I don't know if you can get around the fight trigger. I've not personally tried it. I'm considering trying it now. But I do know that you can get past stage 1 Quad. You can jump up onto a certain standable on the crashed body, and then screw attack to the energy control room.
Well, bad news is we have to defeat Quadraxis. The good news is we have all possible ways of skipping the required keys.
Well,
so with
Avvina does. We just gotta hope that Nystrata finds that hint, knows they have to fight Quad, and also has checked Hall of Honor dead. It's kind of a shaky situation there for Nystrata.
That's fair, but there's also a possibility that Ivy would throw out the recommendation of doing a BSJ over the Quadraxis main gate.
Oh, that is true. Yeah. We're going to take that grab boost down to lower Torvis. Now, Torvis has not really been paying off.
Sadly, far. No. Yeah. Well, we found that gravity boost, which is nice, like you said, but other than that, we haven't really found anything.
There was an STK, I think, and
if there was, I missed it.
Nystrata's tracker does show an STK. I don't remember.
Oh, Forgotten Bridge. I see it.
Yeah.
I got the note. Forgotten Bridge had the Forgotten STK.
Now, Lower Torvis does tend to have at least one, so this isn't really a bad play. If they can clear it out quickly, then they would have, any STKs that could potentially be here, and they can access the whole area, aside from the Annihilator door.
Well, that's fair. We can't get one of the transit tunnels. But on the bright side, Lower Torvis connects right into Sanctuary Vault side, and we do have Spider Ball for it. Well, Chica's guarding an energy tank. I'm sorry to all the Chica lovers in chat today. You will not be seeing that fight here.
So pretty much the only thing that they can't get in Lower Torvis is going to be Transit Tunnel South from the looks of it. Things here are interesting, Storm. The item placement has so far not been super bad. We do have an STK on Tumos, so that's not optimal. But things have been spread out enough that pathing has been pretty interesting. But no super horrible checks aside from Tumos yet.
Oh, that's interesting to read. A major upgrade can be found in Dark Torvis Arena. So we have some sort of major upgrade hiding in Boost Guardian.
At this
That
point, I mean, it can't be grapple, and we know it's not boost, so it could be light suit, echo visor, or secret missiles. Is Cobalt a major?
I want to say yes, that the translators are considered major, but I don't have the confirmation. I do want to say yes, though. Okay, so Storm just confirmed that they are majors.
So it can only be one of those 4 items.
Yep, as we have everything else. And Grapple Beam is confirmed to be an Ing Reliquary. Alright, so as we come up to the 1.5 hour mark, we're coming up to the halfway point of this tournament race. It's a good idea to start looking at our rundown, but hey, before that, how about we get this STK over here in Gathering Hall?
Called it. I knew there'd be one down here.
Yes, you did. You did call it. Well, we need a Spider Ball and Boost Ball for it, and we got both of them. Well, technically you don't need Boost Ball, but logically it is required.
Cannonball's close enough.
Yeah, that works.
Looks like they might be getting talked through the screw attack method of getting this item.
The easiest screw attack method I can think of would be going up to the top layer where the light beam door is, turning around, and then screw attacking over to the bomb slot itself on that rotating platform.
Yep, that is the method they're going for here.
Now they gotta roll off and grab Orbs Bomb. That works too. Oh, the platform started moving just as he released the boost. Oh, down goes Nystrata. He goes all the way to the bottom of Gathering Hall. Twice. Well, on the plus side, there's an Emerald hint here.
I don't think they've scanned it yet either.
They have not.
I frequently forget about this one because the colors blend together with the water, so I can't see it.
They do, yeah. Yeah. But I will say, Lower Torvis does have some of the best calming music in any game.
It is my favorite track in Echoes.
In Echoes, yeah, I'd agree. It is my favorite. A close second would be the Dark Samus 3 and 4 fight.
I honestly can't say that I remember it because I'm too busy trying to not mess it up.
Yeah, trying to do Dark Samus 4 skip can be a troublesome task. But a close third would be a tie between Temple Grounds' main theme or the multiplayer soundtrack.
I tell myself I don't enjoy the Temple Grounds theme, but then it kind of just plays in my head rent-free every now and then, so I guess I kind of do have to like it.
Now, if I had to pick one track out of the entire series, I'd have to go with Corruption with Cliffside Brio.
Oh, that is a good one. Corruption had a lot of really good music, actually. My personal favorite would probably be the Rundus fight.
Oh, that's a fantastic one. And Storm's pointing out the entirety of Skytown and Elysia. So Elysia's beautiful with its rendition. All right, let's go and get back to our regularly scheduled programming today. Oh, on the left with Avvina, he's currently going through Underground Tunnel after making their way through early Dark Torvis, and, well, we're going to get some Emerald hints maybe we'll go over to Boost Guardian. We might see an early Boost Guardian play and find what that major is. On the other side with Nystrata, she's currently in lower Torvus, attempting to get that Gathering Hall STK. Unfortunately, the screw attacks are not on her side so far. Oh, they're going to leave this behind.
Like giving up on the STK for now.
I
Now,
wonder if
interestingly, they could have done this the vanilla way.
that's fair. They could go with the... Oh, they're out of power bombs, though. They might be trying to find one.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. That seems like a comeback for it later, because really the only way to leave is to come back up to the top and save warp out, or walk out the gate. So you do have to walk kind of back past it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Even if you're trying to take a detour through the through Sanctuary Vault, you gotta go through Gathering Hall eventually. And there's still that Emerald Hint down there that I don't believe was scanned yet. But that's okay. We're going to take a dive into Lower Dark Torvus. And we're going to see here is a missile expansion. And we're going to turn right back around as we don't feel like doing Power Bomb Guardian.
You know, speaking of Power Bomb Guardian, where are the main Power Bomb?
That's a great question.
Because the boost ball that we have, it either wasn't logical without power, or to get to that side of Sanctuary Fortress, you have to defeat Quad and go through that side door, if I'm remembering correctly. So I can't imagine that boost ball would be that far in the sea. So power bombs have to be somewhere before that. Imagine Power Bomb Guardian has power bombs.
That would be absolutely painful.
And there's no way to peek or check it, so you would just have to fight it to find out.
Yeah.
K-Rar, funny you say that.
Oh, found another Chicka key. But thankfully, Checka is a dead check. We do not need to fight it. Sorry, K-Rar. No Chicka for you today.
Okay, we're getting the Power Bomb Guardian fight here.
You might as well do it now, especially with Cannonball. Since we're invincible in Morph Ball, this is a perfect opportunity for this boss fight.
And you know, it is 2 checks, so the Power Bomb Guardian itself has an item, but picking up that item gives brings into existence an ing cache in Dark Aegon. So if either of those items are important, skipping this fight would be awful.
You're absolutely correct. Yeah, if Dark Oasis had anything useful, it's good to get this fight out of the way. And it looks like Avvina's trying to go for Torvus Plaza skip. Or they might just be checking the item. Yep, they're going for the skip. Oh, they're a little too short on the boost ball.
I never can get this method. I had to be taught the screw attack method to skip this room.
Any method that you have to skip Torvus Plaza is a great method, due to Torvus Plaza just being such a bad room.
Wow, what a place to land.
Right, Avvina's on the right track, but oh, the Sporb got her. Him. Sporb's got him.
I believe you can defeat that sport by laying a power bomb when it pulls you back in.
You can.
So that's a problem you only have once, as long as you have a power bomb.
Right. You can lay it right on the track Avvina's on, and that'll destroy the spore about right, due to being so close. Alright, and Nystrata is finally defeated Powerbomb Guardian. They're going for the item. And today's item of choice is a missile expansion. Hooray! That was totally worth the fight. Two more items here in Lower Torvis that we can get. Under Transit 1 and Sacrificial Chamber. But the question is, do you go for them? I would say yes. You might as well do these checks while you're here. And I cannot recall where we found Vanilla Boost Ball at. Did we ever find that, Soaring?
The boost ball? Yes.
Yeah.
It was in Calling Chamber, I believe.
Oh, right. Oh, hiding in Inghive. Alright, so Boost Ball's in Inghive, so we know that. We have Spider Ball. We have access to get Spider Ball. Well, I'd say once you're done here in Lower Torvis, I would say take the elevator to Sank Vault side and start doing some Sanctuary cleanup. You know for a fact you have Boost Ball hiding there. You got the hint for it.
Mm-hmm.
You have Dark and Light Beam. You have Translators, Spider Ball, Boost Ball, Super Missiles, and Screw Attack. You're in a prime position to clear out most of Sanctuary. Hopefully you come across Seekers, and once you do find Seekers, it's all about getting back and finding your keys.
This looks like a save warp choice.
Ooh, that's interesting.
No, that was a save. Okay, so what are we doing?
Hello, Boost Guardian. The best boss fight ever that never gave me hassle as a kid. And that's cheating, Avvina. No, you're not allowed to use Cannonball for Boost Guardian. No, you gotta turn that off.
Rico, this one's going pretty well. Just a required quad for a Keon Tumos. But the rest of the item locations have been
Oh my god.
not too bad.
There's a light suit on Boost Guardian.
Oh no. Okay, never mind. Well, we did know that that was a major item. Since it was hinted, it's not that bad.
Yeah, but I mean, light suit? It's... I mean, we could do dungeon now. We have Dark Visor.
That is true. Is Nystrata going out the front gate of Torvis? I wonder.
No, Nystrata's over by Underground Tunnel. They're going right for Boost Guardian as well.
Okay. Because they saved in the exit to Lower Torvis. I kind of thought with that STK being down there, they might make a play for hints.
It's an interesting theory. Don't you love it when Boost Guardian has a major upgrade for you? That's a fantastic way to go.
As long as you have a power bomb, it's a great problem to have.
Yeah, but that depends on if your power bomb hits first try.
Well, you know, it deals enough damage.
Well, that's fair, but
speeds up the fight.
Absolutely. Or better yet, you take a sunburst with you.
That's true, Kirby. I was running with the assumption that they could skip the Seeker Door with one of the methods, but that might not be true.
Alright, so Nystrata has just entered Boost Guardian's arena. It's time to go get their light suit. Now, does Nystrata have a power bomb? Yes, they do, but they only have one. You have one chance at it. Oh, and Boost Guardian moved
there it
away.
is.
Oh, okay.
That's good.
I was scared for a minute. Boost Guardian started going away from the explosion. Oh, but Light Suit gets Poison Bog for Avvina. We can see what's hiding here. Oh, I wonder if Avvina's going for Seeker Skip. They're lined up for it.
Does look like it.
Now, this is a tight one to get, though. And yes,
That's very close.
yes, Storm, this is Cache. So, Seekerless Seeker Skip. This is a fun trick to try to pull off. And by fun, I mean painful.
There are a few normalized setups for this one that aren't the worst thing in the world, but it's all really close timing.
So, Soren, how familiar are you with Seekerless Seeker Skips in general?
Pretty familiar. I've learned, I think, all of them.
Right, well, with that being said, I'll ask you this question then. How exactly does this work, and why?
So for some reason, Screw Attack deals damage to these nodes. So the lock will break as soon as all 5 nodes break. So the method is to take one of the most difficult to hit node, eliminate it from the equation, and try to hit the rest with Screw Attack, which is what you're seeing here. While it might possibly be possible to hit all 5 of them with one Screw Attack, it would be ridiculous to line up. So it's a lot easier to eliminate 1 and find a spot where you can hit 4. So that's what they're doing here.
So long story short, as long as the door has all 5 nodes hit at relatively the same time, it'll open.
Yes, correct. Yeah, because they respawn, that's what makes this such a difficult trick.
It's an interesting one trying to do on the fly here, but with how Mike is, especially with trick execution, Avvina's got a great teacher for it.
Yeah. It looks like they're trying to show them where there's a little spot where you can bonk your head on the ceiling to keep yourself low. Because what you want to do is use your space jump as close to the ground as possible, and then Screw Attack pretty close to the ground, so that you can line up with all 4 of those easily. And on the right side of the wall, the ceiling's really low, so you can kind of jump, bonk your head.
Hey,
just
there we go.
Like that.
All for a light ammo expansion. Regardless of what I was here, many props to Avvina for pulling it off. Now that is a great trick to pull off, and they did a fantastic job at it.
That was pretty good.
And Poison Bog has a missile expansion, so we're just going to leave this room. Meanwhile, Nystrata has taken a save warp back to Great Temple and has entered Temple grounds. We have this E-Tank off of GFMC's ship item. And it looks like they're going to go peek FTA. Well, thanks to Light Suit, they're able to get FTA.
They're going to be pretty unhappy about this hint, though.
Oh, absolutely.
This is the Tumos hint.
And it's right before entering Sanctuary as well. That's a great way for the screen to pause, just right at the hint.
Is the screen paused, or are they just enraged?
I like to think the rage is what's happening.
Let's see here. Oh,
and FTA.
for some dark ammo.
Oh, they rolled down and entered the beam of light. Okay. So, this begs the question, Where do you enter Sanctuary Fortress from now that you've cleared a majority of Torvis?
With no Seekers, you don't go through the front gate. Honestly, I'd probably... Because we got Spider Ball, I'd probably go through Spider Side and get that quad fight out of the way. Well, no, because that's... Wait a second. Yeah, because that's the front gate. So if you can BSJ, you go through Spider Side, use the BSJ to get into the quad fight and get that out of the way. But without Annihilator, you can't get the... Oh, well, no, yeah, Avvina has Annihilator. So that, yes, that's the path I would take. Do that, do the rest of Sank. Don't forget Sank entrance. We don't know if it's anything, but I don't like leaving that one behind.
Now, Sank entrance is usually painful if you leave it. And sadly, Nystrata does not yet have Annihilator Beam, so they'll have to go find that on Hall of Honor Dead. Hopefully soon.
But you couldn't do Sank entrance if you came in through any other door, because that Seeker Gate is there.
Well, you could do Sank entrance through GFMC Compound with Emerald. All you need is Boost Ball for it.
You'd have to go back through one of the other elevators to go to either Aegon or Torvis, then back to Temple Grounds, then, you know.
Yeah, you'd have to take a long journey for it. Just for one item check. But hey, you never know, that check could be a big one.
At this moment, it looks like... I mean, this could be Seekers to Go mode.
I would agree, just on the off chance that Echo is deleted.
Yeah, Kirby has a good point. Like, Seekers could be in Sank entrance, which would be
that'd be mean.
What a great place.
Yeah, throw them in the one place that has one check. You can only access one way.
That's what it did with Dark Suit. Because we had to come in through the super missile side.
That's fair. Oh, and Kirby brings a good point. Echo is technically and logically required for Quadraxis due to the head module.
Oh, no.
So Echo is logically required to beat the seed.
So that they need to find Seekers and Echo. So this is a full kit seed, aside from Grapple, thanks to the early screw attack.
Nystrata's taking time to peek, mining Plaza that looks blue and shiny. We know it can't be Echo.
Well, with Avvina having just learned that Seekerless Seeker skip, they could feel confident enough to do... Well, I wouldn't recommend doing the one for hints if you're not kind of familiar with them.
Yeah, that or the out of bounds.
Right next to a pool of Phazon. I don't know, it could be worth, though.
We only have one, technically 2 key knowledge, so we're still missing 7.
Yeah. We're pretty much just playing where in the world are Seeker missiles at the moment.
Nope, Nystrata's gone back to Aegon Ways for a little bit of Dark Beam cleanup. So we're going to take a quick check into Mineshaft. Now, does this mining area have anything useful for us today?
It's been accessible for a while.
No, it's just a missile.
I definitely don't recommend trying the Mineshaft Seekerless. That one's a pain.
And that one's difficult due to them being vertical instead of horizontal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to fall into all of them.
I love how K-Rar's hinting Airy because of a specific Echo check. Hey, K-Rar, we know what you're thinking. We know you're thinking of Airy.
It could be. Vanilla Echo.
I mean, it could be. It could be, but don't say that. You're gonna curse these runners. We don't need them cursed.
A little bit of cursing is good for you.
Well, I mean, it is Echoes. Avvina has just entered Lower Torvus for the first time, taking a safety save, and most likely going through Lower Torvus, getting all those key hints. And more likely than not, going to get that STK on Gathering Hall.
That would be my bet. That's really the only thing worth their time in Lower Torvus that was found so far.
Yeah, but they don't know that yet.
Yeah, Storm, no STK hints yet.
Well, they could go through. Well, they might get the Gathering Hall Emerald hint, and that could be some sort of information on Seekers. While Nystrata's getting a power bomb, this will allow them to get back into Spider's treasure and go right for Sanctuary Spider side. So we're going to take our first steps into the wonderful world of Sanctuary Fortress. But before that, we're going to head out. Oh, what else could we possibly do? We don't have Annihilator Beam. So that's going to be fun.
Oh, they're going to grab the hint, which I don't think Nystrata grabbed this one.
They did not.
The keys to Hive Temple, Inghive, and Sanct Fortress.
Well, that's good to know, though. And looks like Avvina's going for the vanilla way of doing Gathering Hall. Boost Ball, Spider Ball, while removing the water.
We've got a nice double freeze again.
Oh, we haven't checked Storage B yet. Hey, there's main power bombs.
Well,
Now we're back in logic.
okay, that makes quite a few things logical now.
I mean, Dark Beam on Battleground due to supers and the suit. That's Dark Suit. So yeah, that does put power bombs in a good place.
Yeah, Storage B got left behind because Dark Beam was in the ink cache at Battlegrounds. So Labs was like fully cleared first. And by the time they got Dark Beam, they had other ideas.
It just was not worth the time to go all the way back to Storage B.
Well, actually, so the order of events was actually that Labs got cleared, and they had super missiles, but they couldn't go to Battlegrounds from the lab side because of the Ing storm. Right?
Right. But on a positive, Avvina now has the second key to the Sky Temple after successfully doing Gathering Hall. Oh, and they have Annihilator, so we can check TTS. Something Nystrata was not able to do.
Yeah, they didn't dare cross the Ing claws. So Nystrata's going to get boost ball here pretty soon. We don't have Cobalt.
No, we are still missing Cobalt Translator. I'm curious what TTS has. I can't... We haven't seen that yet.
We haven't seen it either.
We're about to find out, though, as Avvina goes through it. Oh, it's just a dark ammo.
Or dark burst, maybe. I didn't really get a good look at it, but it was purple.
Oh no, I'm realizing Hive Entrance is now in logic.
Yeah.
We have power bombs and Dark Visor. And that light suit. I wonder if Nystrata goes for it. I mean, I'd go for it. Yes, it takes a while to get to, but clearing it out now and hope. And if it has something major, hey, you just saved yourself a bunch of backtracking.
Hive
Oh.
entrance would be a good play while we're here.
Oh, and dungeon has a key in it. That's good information.
That is huge information. That's the first time we'd have heard that. I guess Nystrata wasn't scanning hints when we were down there. Now the question is it a STK? That could be one of the Torvis keys, because we got the Torvis key hint, and one of them was in Dark Torvis.
That would just be rude, having a Chicka key hiding on dungeon. Hello, missile expansion.
Hive entrance seekers would have been kind of just icing on the cake at this point.
That's an STK in dungeon.
Is it really? Oh, goodness.
Yes, it is. All right, K-Rard, you didn't get to see a Chicka fight. You've yet to see an Airy fight, but will you take an STK dungeon? Not yet. Okay, well, we tried.
Well, you got two most and required dungeon.
Yeah, but K-Rar's not. But K-Rar's not happy until he sees an Airy fight. A required Airy at that.
Well, there have been 2 end-of-the-line checks in this seed so far. The Airy would really be the cherry on top.
Alrighty, so as we enter the of the amazing Hazing Cliff, we come to realize that we still have no idea where Seekers are.
Dark Torvis Arena hint there for the light suit. Looks like Avvina might take the back door into Sank from Torvis. That's 2 different routes. I was kind of curious which one of these would be the better choice. Oh, maybe not. No power bombs?
Yeah, they're out of power bombs. They do not have the key to access this door.
Oh no, Storm, why?
I'm not even going to read that.
I can't speak it aloud. It might bring it into existence.
Well, in that case, I might as well read it aloud. Let's see.
Oh, no.
Let's see. We got an Echo on Dark Oasis, Cobalt on Airy, Spider Guardian Seekers. Well, almost all of that can happen, except for the fact Dark Oasis has a check which is dead. And unfortunately, we are having a little bit of restream delay on both runners' side, so we do apologize for the technical difficulties in today's race. But we will do our best to keep you updated with information as we have it. As of right now, Nystrata has just completed the main gyro chamber puzzle. Avvina heading right for Sanctuary Vault side from Lower Torvus. And Avvina's having a hard time trying to get through there. But as I pull up the information on both sides here, 30 seconds.
Looks like Nystrata is currently checking aerial training site, or well, the light world version of that.
Yeah, we do have some major delay on the restream here. Yeah, we're off by a solid minute and a half.
Ouch.
And it appears our bot has also gone down. Well, this is a fun time, but don't worry, we're going to get through it. So, as of right now, both runners have entered Sanctuary Fortress, continuing along their path, hunting for multiple majors. Going through Watch Station and Watch Station Access, we've located absolutely nothing so far. Meanwhile, Avvina likes what they see over here in Transit Station, so they might be going for it. Nope, that's just a light ammo expansion. We're going to bypass that for later.
I haven't seen this strategy that Nystrata's doing. Oh.
This is one of my favorite strats. This is what we call, or what I call at least, Watch Station Skip. Now, instead of going through this long spider ball track, having to do it multiple times, we can go to the door that leads right to vaults, jump onto the spider ball track, turn around, and jump backwards to the morph ball bomb slot. If we morph at the right time, that gets us an instant morph. We fall right into the morph ball slot, and we can open up the portal without doing the track.
I usually see people screw attack into that standable instead of like space jumping on above the door and then space jumping up. Or as Rico says, use a screw attack bonk off of the wall to get on top of the spider track, and then use spider to magnetize your way into the bombs.
All right, that's going to be that's going to be an upgrade in Prime 4, magnetic bombs.
How would that even work?
I don't know. It came to mind subtaneously, sporadically. That's what it's called.
leave it in place and then move around it and like magnetize to it.
Well, oh, there goes that quad for Avvina due to Cannonball. If you touch a mini quad with Cannonball, the legs just disappear. And the head module sort of blows up. Alright, so Nystrata has landed on top of the portal. They're trying to get...
Triple BSJ. I don't think you can triple BSJ to that.
There is a method, but I don't remember exactly how it's done.
I don't know why I said BSJ. It's just a bomb jump. Ignore me.
Well, if you insist. But we're in this booth together. I'm not going to ignore you. Alright, so Nystrata's aimed right at that bomb slot. They're turning away from it. They're going to jump backwards and try to get the instant morph. Oh, and they're slightly too far to the right. In other words, Avvina has taken a save warp out of Vault side and is now going towards Meeting Grounds once again. I have a strong suspicion that Avvina may be going for STK hints with the help of Mike and Seekerless Seeker skips.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised having pulled off one of the screw attack Seeker skips if they attempted it here to get hints.
It's entirely probable.
The secret world is really not that bad either, but
Oh,
it's all comfort levels. Because you might end up having to do aether jumps, and some people just really are not comfortable with those.
You know, I will say my first experience with aether jumps made me never want to attempt them again. Solely due to the fact I triggered it by accident. Here's a key reminder. Don't ever do mini gyro chamber backwards. I learned that the hard way. You fall right to the bottom and you're not getting back up. Yep. Avvina's going right for War Ritual Grounds. Meanwhile, Nystrata, she's continuing to try to go for Watch Station skip. At this point, I would say it might be faster just to go for the actual spider track.
I wouldn't be surprised to see something like Echo Visor in War.
Yeah, just lock Echo Visor behind Dark Visor Seekers. That's a great idea.
Well, one of them is probably locked behind the other. That's kind of how Randomizer does its progression.
That's fair.
Now, they might not be, but it's in all likelihood they can be.
It's possible. And we did get the hint that Defiled Shrine had a key. So is this one of our STKs? It is not. It is a red key, which we are going to skip, as the only boss we need to fight is Quadraxis, and we can skip the key requirements.
Yeah, killing these makes me think we're going for the secret world here.
Yeah, that's what I'd say as well. Get the laser out of the way so you can safely do the screw attack.
On the other side, Nystrata successfully got the bomb slot, it looks like.
Oh, nice. Oh no, they fell down.
No.
They held the wrong direction. That bomb slide is always a tricky one. You gotta hold towards the... You gotta let go of the track and hold a different angle. It's weird.
Avvina very close to getting in the tunnel there. That was good timing. Could be an angle issue at this point. You want to space jump at like the last possible second before you touch the ground, and then initiate screw attack at about the same time that you would height that you did your space jump, and then just do a screw attack, press B again to cancel it, and you'll go right in the pipe.
Oh, I've got faith in them. Hey, there we go. All right, they are now officially out of bounds, and now it is time to navigate this secret world to bypass one door. Once we get past that door, we can clip back in.
They pulled off the hardest part of it really cleanly. Base jumping to that pipe that you can't see, and there's invisible collision right in front of you. So getting around that and landing on that pipe is not as easy as it looks.
And so now we must be in a good position to try to clip right back in bounds to this gate Sky Temple access. So out of bounds movement, how difficult is it to move out of here, Wyvern?
It's not really that hard, but there are a couple spots like what you just saw happen to Avvina there where they got repositioned back out of bounds. If you're too close to the wall, it'll do that to you. So you want to try to be center with the door whenever you do your ceiling warp in. And so yeah, ceiling warping is... I don't even fully understand it myself. If you're above a room and you're effectively, the game thinks you're in a room that's not that room, you can bomb jump, and then I guess the downward momentum into the room's collision puts you just far enough in that unmorphing drops you into the room. That's the best way I can think of to explain that.
Well, with that, we got keys in Mining Station B. Main gyro chamber, so we do need echo. Hive gyro chamber, look at that. War ritual grounds, so we need seekers. Main energy controller, which is Tumos, we knew about that already. Sank map station.
That's free.
And a big old smiley face. But out of bounds movement's a fun time to try to figure out. But the good thing is at least each room is contained in its own little box. But other than that, props to Avvina for pulling that out of bounds off, though. That was amazing work.
Oh, right. Sank map is Cobalt locked.
And for those in chat, your SDKs have been posted. We currently have Forgotten Bridge, Tumos, Gathering Hall, Dungeon, Mining Station B, Main Gyro Chamber, Hive Gyro Chamber, War Ritual, and Sanctuary Map Station. In order for both runners to beat their games, we need to find Cobalt Translator to break into Sync Map without doing the ridiculous out of bounds. And there's Echo Visor off of Alir. Well, Echo gets us Main Gyro Chamber.
And it lets us fight Quadraxis.
Alright, so in order for all these runners to be in go mode, we need Cobalt, Echo, and Seekers, at least for logical. Now, Cobalt technically can be skipped. There is a wall crawl and out of bounds to bypass the requirement. It is a ridiculously hard out of bounds, and I'm not going to discuss it further. Oh, but Nystrata's trying to pull off one of my least favorite tricks. Is trying to get through Sank Temple access without the cannon. I hate this trick due to how precise it is. Essentially what Nystrata's trying to do. She's trying to pull off a slope jump into a high point screw attack to clip right over the railing. Unfortunately, screw attack needs to be at the point of your jump just to get the appropriate height to clip over. It is a hard trick, and Nystrata has to get it to progress.
Could they add?
Could they do what now?
Activate the cannon that shoots them up there.
Unfortunately not. While they do have Dark Visor, we need Seekers to activate that cannon.
Oh, that's right.
So unfortunately, Nystrata either A, has to get this trick, or B, they need to go out of bounds somewhere in, I want to say, O'Lear. There's a way to clip out and just go all the way around it. They were close. Nope, this one looks promising. Nope, a little too short. Yeah, this slope jump here that Nystrata is trying to do can cost you minutes, if not done quick enough. I remember having to do this in a CGC due to making a mistake, and that cost a good 5 minutes. That was not fun. Alright, and it looks like Avvina has finished their loop in Sanctuary Fortress and has returned to Aegon Wastes. Oh, they've got it. Alright, congratulations. They've gotten over.
When the heck would back to that?
Yeah, I would not recommend that at all.
Having just got Echo Visor, you could now do the Annihilator Echo puzzle.
We absolutely can, except we're missing a key portion of that. Unfortunately, Nystrata does not have Annihilator yet. Oh, Nystrata's going for Airy. But due to they don't have the regular boost ball, and Cannonball does not break the glass.
They do have the regular boost ball. You can't break the glass if you have cannon.
Oh, seriously? I thought they never picked it up. Well. Oh, but you gotta lose Cannonball, though, as you said. That's gonna be... That'll be fun.
Well, they're making a save here, so I think the plan's probably lose cannon, check Airy. Oh. What happened?
They just took a... I'm not positive on this. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong. But does quitting your game and resetting it lose Cannonball on that save file?
I think it does, yeah.
Okay, so I'd say you're right, Wyvern. Forcing them to lose Cannonball to go check Airy. Hey, you learn something new every day. I did not know a hard reset loses it.
Because they went to the pause menu, I was expecting to see them navigate to the quit game option. And then the screen went black. It's a little worrisome.
All right, well, to all of you who wanted to see an Airy fight, K-Rar, congratulations, you get your wish. It's time to fight Airy.
Seekers and Airy would be rough.
That would just be terrible. And Avina's gone back to Dark Aegon. Looks like they just came off a feeding pit. Oh, no. Okay, nope. Avvina just found Seekers somewhere. At least according to their tracker.
Dark gunlight.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's feeding pit. Feeding pit Seekers, that's a that's a great way to find them. Okay, so that means we're missing Cobalt though. If Echo's on O'Lear, Seekers in feeding pit, where's Cobalt? All right, now we're in phase 2 of Airy. And oh no, it doesn't look. Ooh, what is that up there? Actually, nope, Airy's not required. So that's why they took the save. Well, that as well. That's another reason why. Airy's not required. Just leave the fight. I'm sorry, Krar, but you do not get to see a full Airy fight. Just a portion. And it appears Avvina has... Nope, there we go. We got the stream back. And Storm, to answer your question, reset during Airy. Once you reach phase 2 of Airy and reach the top of the elevator, you're able to see what the item is upon collection. So when you peek Airy's item, if you know for a fact you don't need it, you can take the reset back to the save station off of main gyro and continue along. You don't have to complete the fight. It's a great way to get Airy out of the way. And Avvina appears to be going for in cache 1. They must have already left it, and no Cobalt, so that means in cache 1 was not required. But they do have Seeker missiles, so that will help them out tremendously.
Just gotta find that Echo.
Yep, and Avvina has not been to see O'Lear, the last sentinel of the Fortress Temple, whose words will serve us well by presenting us with that all-famed Echo.
Yeah, they get to see the words of O'Lear.
Well, I guess on a... Yeah, I guess you can. Well, O'Lear has always been very kind to us.
Crazy that 2 hours and 20 minutes into the race, and it's still pretty even. Avvina has 2 more STKs because they did manage to get the ones in Lower Torvis, and Avvina has hints, but they don't know where Echo is, and they're probably still hunting for it. I would imagine that Sank Energy Controller would be probably one of the last places they look.
I'd agree, especially with Spider Guardian being right there. You don't really want to fight Spider Guardian. You don't want to go that deep into Sanctuary unless you have to.
Or they might just luck. Well, no, they have
hints,
so they're not lucking into hits. They're routing through SDKs, which is a good plan.
Yep, and we do get this Amber hint, which is a wonderful time for the game to freeze. Or not the game, but the OBS. But it appears Avvina's going for mining station B skip, which involves a bomb space jump. Or we will go with the backup method and lower the drill. Meanwhile, we get to see this image of Nystrata staring down a mini quad. Who has the best layer?
So that was crazy because Spider Ball has been in both players' inventory for about an hour and a half.
It's been a long time, yeah. There's a few methods that mining station B can be done, and this is an interesting one. Jumping on top of a piece of collision to try to screw attack all the way over. I don't think I've seen that before.
I think what they're doing right here is trying to do a double BSJ, which you can do.
Personally, I prefer the screw attack method. At least for the method I use, it involves raising the drill by 1 level, slope jumping on top of the drill, and then doing another slope jump onto a sand pile on the left side of the drill itself. And once you reach that solid piece of collision, you can just screw attack right over to the item. Oh, and because the drill's not spinning, will it stay up? It should. Nope, it's not. It's not up. We gotta keep the drill spinning and then raise it.
Yeah, high enough to break that rock and then comes back down to that level where it stops.
On the flip side, Nystrata has entered Sky Temple grounds. Possibly going for, well, we know Wing Reliquary. We can't get that, lack of Seekers, but we can check Phazon grounds, which appears to have an expansion of some sort. Maybe? No, that's not shiny enough. Well, I guess it is.
It looked like dark.
Alright, so Avvina is back on the drill, going for the item, and she's got it. Or not she, he's got it. You know, all this time I did not know you could just screw attack right over with the raised drill. I've always been using a piece of standable collision. Hey, you learn something new every day. Oh, here's Cobalt. Oh, that's bad news for Nystrata.
That is, with Echo being available to Avvina. Avvina doesn't know it yet, but they're very close to go mode.
Yeah, but like you said, they're routing in the STKs. So let's take a step back real quick and evaluate possible routes. So STKs, let's see. We have Forgotten Bridge, we have Gathering Hall, we have Dungeon, and we have Mining Station B. We have one in Sanctuary, one in Inghive, one in Sky Temple, 2 in Sanctuary, and then Tumos. Based on the fact that we found Cobalt here in MSB, if I was Avvina, I'd go straight for Sanctuary, get Sank Map Station, do some cleanup, hopefully stumble into Echo, use that to route in main and Hive Gyro Chamber, fight Quadraxis at the same time, return the energy, go back for Tumos, and leave War Ritual Grounds for last.
Well, we're making the assumption that we need Echo Visor to fight Quadraxis. There is still a method to skip the Quadraxis fight from about halfway through before you need Echo, which I guarantee Mike knows how to do and can probably teach.
Okay, I agree with that, but my concern outside of the quad fight is trying to get both Hive Gyro and Main Gyro. Main Gyro Chamber requires Echo for the puzzle, unless there's a way around it. I mean, maybe some sort of cannonball knowledge? But I'm worried that if you use cannonball in the core, if it just deletes the item. I have no idea.
I'm not sure either.
And then outside of that Hive Gyro Chamber, in order to get from Hive Dynamo to Hive Chamber, there's an Echo door in the way, but that can be broken with an out of bounds. I don't know. If anyone in chat has any information on Main Gyro Chamber without Echo, please inform us. That'd be great to know.
Is this an Echo hint? Oh, it's a Seeker hint. 3 rooms from an E-Tank. That's
Oh,
rude.
that's a terrible hint. How many E-Tanks do we have? 6?
Well, look at Nystrata.
She's got even more.
Like 8? Yeah.
All right, so then you start thinking, okay, where did I pick up an E-Tank? What's rooms away where I can get an item from?
You want to roll into those and kill them. Having Cannonball whenever you enter Dynamo Works is great because you can just roll into those mini quad heads and blow them up before they even get off the ground.
And that's a great way of going about it. I'm curious as to what Avvina's thinking here.
I'm wondering if they're going to try to peek the item here. They just weren't really sure where to look for it. Okay, that's a red key. We don't need that. So Spider Guardian is...
That's pretty much dead. We already know where all 3 of the remaining mages are.
Unless they're wondering if it has Echo.
Oh, that's fair. But hopefully if they do think on Spider Guardian have an Echo, they check O'Lear first, with it being so close.
Yeah, they are in the right area to path quite nicely into it.
Oh, and Nystrata's checking Sank entrance. Oh, and look at that. A visor can be found in Sank Energy Controller.
There it is.
That's the knowledge Avvina needs for Echo.
That is Avvina's go mode.
And Nystrata, unfortunately, is still hunting for Seekers. And Annihilator Beam. Do we need... I mean, we don't need Annihilator? Well, yeah, we do. We need that to get the energy.
Mm-hmm, yeah. You can't return Sank energy without it.
Oh, so Nystrata's going to make 2 backtracks. One to go for Hall of Honor Dead. And then one again to go for Feeding Pit. But you're already this far into Sanctuary. What tells you that Feeding Pit has Seekers? You know, there's what information that you find so far tells you to go back?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. That light suit was probably the point in time that you were intended to start doing underwater checks in Dark Aegon. And that was quite a long time ago. And, like, that's the only thing that pointed there was just, we have light suit.
That's that's heartbreaking for Nystrata. There's so much open to her right now that how do you route in going back for places with very few checks left? I mean, look at Aegon Labs. You only have two. You have Feeding Pit and In Cache 1. And then you got Dark Oasis, but you know that's a dead check. But I'm wondering if Avvina thinks, well, I'm back in Temple Grounds. I'm done with Sanctuary for now. Maybe Seekers are vanilla on Hall of Honored. And that will route in the Annihilator Beam, to which, well, I found Annihilator. Maybe it's time to go start full clearing other regions. In Cache 1 and Dark Aegon Labs, for example. Hopefully that turns into, well, I'll go check Feeding Pit since I have Light Suit.
Oh, no, turn around, go to Hall of Honor dead. Come on.
Oh, they're going for Aegon entrance. That's an interesting play.
That would have been the best order to find the items, and it would be to go Hall of Honor dead from here, then go to Aegon and find. Because that's kind of a straight line. With like maybe a right turn.
A little bit, yeah. But they do have Light Beam and Power Bombs with Dark Beam, so maybe they're going for Mining Station B play. They haven't gone to that side of Aegon yet.
Yeah, they did find main power bombs, so maybe they'll start doing some of those power bomb checks.
On the flip side, though, Avvina has just gotten out of O'Lear, acquired their Echo Visor, and is now officially in Go mode. And by what we mean with Go mode is that they have all the major items they need to beat their game, and it's all about collecting the final keys.
Which they're almost halfway done with.
Yeah, they got 4 out of the 9. We still got Main and Hive Jaro, 2 Mos, and that's 1, 2, 3. That makes it 7. War Ritual Grounds and Sank Map. That makes 9. But developing updates over on Nystrata's side, it looks like they have entered Dark Aegon early again. So that's possibly heading for an in-cache 4 play.
I mean, at this point, they're probably assuming that they left it behind somewhere early.
I would think the same thing, honestly. You've already checked a majority of all 4 main regions. There's very limited amount that you can do with your current equipment that's still open. So that's when you start panicking, thinking, oh no, I've left it behind somewhere early. I should just go back and start retracing steps and doing those minimal checks.
Yeah, and that's the thing though, is that like at 2.5 hours in, and you're still missing a major, that puts you in a rush.
Yeah, now the panic and the fear starts stepping in. But the good thing is, again, having someone there to talk you through it and hope and guide you along. I mean, Nystrata's got Ivypaw, a fantastic router, and just in general, great with the planning. So she's got a good mentor on there. Well, all these mentors are good. What am I saying? Every mentor we have has their own unique talent. So no matter who you have, you're destined to have a great time.
And that's what it's all about, learning and having fun.
Absolutely. As long as you have fun in the end, then it was a good run. Alright, so Nystrata sees Phase on site, they see Feeding Pit. I'm hoping that they go towards it and realize Jumping on the blade pod. Going towards Warrior's Walk. Yep, that's pretty safe to say Nystrata's figured it out. Oh, and Avvina gets hit by the Resbit. Gotta reboot your suit. Don't you just love Resbits? They're a wonderful enemy.
I think they are my least favorite enemy in the entire Metroid franchise.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that.
They're just so hard to hit. They bring up that shield, they dodge, they hack your suit.
I'd say a close second would be the Dark Pirate Commandos if you don't have Dark Visor. Just trying to find them is fun. Alright. Nystrata has officially found Seeker Launcher. Alright, with that Seeker, I'm hoping that Nystrata goes back for Hall of Honored and starts playing off the Seeker logic. Oh, and it appears Resbits take 4 times damage from Cannonball. Well, if you manage to have a Cannonball anywhere nearby.
I must now attempt to kill Resbits with Cannonball.
Well, keep us updated on that. I'd love to see the VOD of it. Nope. Nystrata's entered Dark Oasis. They're checking this in cache. And this cache appears to only have a sunburst.
Well, at least
That-
they can brighten up a room.
Well, you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. And on the flip side, looks like Avvina's going right for the Quadraxis battle.
I mean, it's not a bad play because, you know, just finish up everything you need to do in Sank before you leave, then you don't need to come back.
Absolutely. Just start clearing these regions out one at a time. Leave War Ritual Grounds for last, as it's right in Sky Temple. And you'll be all set for a solid sub 3 hour. But the only problem is trying to do Quadraxis quickly enough. I love how this boss is designed. I think it's fantastic work. I just hate fighting it. Oh no, Avvina has no E-tanks. They're down to 65 health. They've got to start getting some health drops off these kneecaps. And thankfully they do.
Quad drops a lot of health.
Thankfully. Oh, you know what? No, due to Nystrata having Seekers now, they're going right for STK hints. And that's a smart
great
play.
Yeah.
You finally have what you need. Go and get your information and start routing accordingly.
Avvina's very unfortunately out of light ammo.
Yeah, the good thing is we do have supers to make this fight a little bit easier for first phase.
When did Avvina lose cannon?
Avina's not the one who peaked Airy. They must have gone through kinetic orb cannon at some point. Right, but good news is Nystrata has reached the gateway. She's able to go get the remaining 8 information keys. And I'm going to find out what an information key actually is. But required to most of all things. That's a fun one. And then more ritual grounds, which you can leave for last. Gathering
nice
hall.
It's nice that Tumos is always hinted.
It is. You don't have to try to guess. I'm glad the developers put that in. I mean, otherwise you'd have to fight Quad, you'd have to return the energy so many times. Just to hope and figure out, well, I did all this for nothing. But I mean, on the bright side, it does open up the temple warp system.
Yeah.
And Avvina's having some trouble here. They're still on the first phase of Quadraxis. They have 1 kneecap left to destroy.
Nystrata save warped out of hints. Or rather, reset to a save from hints.
Yeah, it saves the short trip going back. Oh, their last save was all the way in Dark Aegon. Well, hopefully that was after doing Feeding Pit. And it looks like it was, as the tracker is still appropriately updated.
So now it is just an STK routing game.
Yes,
Avvina
indeed.
has a little bit of a lead, and there's no need to go to lower Torvis because they've already done it. So Nystrata's going to have to be pretty speedy about it.
Absolutely, but this race is not over until the last boss is defeated. We've seen it before, where the underdog makes a comeback at the last chance and pulls ahead.
And Nystrata has a lot more. To make it all the way to Emperor Ring 3 in 6 E-tanks, let alone defeat it. Losing that cannonball makes this really, really hard to call.
Yep, but the good thing is, thanks to us having light suit with so many E-tanks, we're in a safe position. If I had to take a wild route, I'd say that the hardest part for these runners will be trying to do Emperor Ring 3 and trying to get the screw attack right.
I take a lot of damage trying to line up that screw attack with him doing the Emperor Ring shuffle all over the place.
And it looks like Avvina's having a bit of interesting choices here with the Quadraxis second phase. I'm curious as to what they're doing here.
I think they're going to try to screw attack to the energy controller door.
So they're just They're just going to bypass the rest of the fight then, huh?
That seems to be the plan. From up there. There you go. That's that door right there. Oh no, they got knocked down.
Oh, ouch.
Getting up's not too hard. They've recovered. Now you just got a screw attack.
All right. Meanwhile, Nystrata has entered Mining Station B. They're about to get another STK. Oh, and just barely. Ouch.
And at this point, it's still sitting at faster than fighting the rest of quad.
Yeah, I'd say it's fair.
I don't think that's going to give enough height.
And Nystrata's trying to destroy that little invisible bug, trying to blow it up so he can. No, but they got it.
They made it.
They got to make it through the door, though. 50, 35, 20.
Oh no!
All right, they're in.
That was close. They didn't realize they were out of Annihilator ammo.
Oh no. But the good thing is collecting this planetary energy will restore Avvina to full health.
Now I think doing this skip does something interesting to Quad's room. I don't think it progresses it to the next state. Meaning that if you fall in, you are soft locked in the room. I could be wrong, but Quadraxis's room, after you defeat Quadraxis, puts a platform in the middle of the room for you to screw attack to. But if you do this skip, I think it deletes Quadraxis without giving you the platform.
I've honestly never seen this skip done live, nor have I ever heard of it, so this is all new to me.
Yeah, so what you have to do is screw attack from, I believe, from this Annihilator door to the left Annihilator door without falling, because if you fall, it's a soft lock.
And there's confirmation from Marker's Mask in chat. It is a confirmed soft lock if you fall or bonk.
So this was a risky move.
But if Avvina pulls it off first try, that'll be a good amount of time save. I'd say a solid 3 minutes at least.
That sounds about right.
All right, they're going for it. All right, so Quadraxis is no longer here. Like you said, the platform's gone. But they have one chance to get this screw attack right.
Oh.
They look a little too fast.
Oh,
They're down!
No,
they fall down!
They fell. No.
Oh, I agree with you. I think they're going way too fast on those screw attacks and did not have enough distance to make it. That means Avvina has to do the entire first phase of the boss fight again. That's giving Nystrata a good 5 minutes to pull some time ahead.
But they could hit the ammo station, come in with a bit more light beam ammo than they did, and that could really speed up the first part of the fight.
That's fair, yeah. Avvina did have low ammunition. That's what we're trying to say. Oh, but their last save was all the way back in Dark Aegon.
They lost Echo by... Oh, that was a long...
Oh, no. That's painful. They gotta go all the way back.
Wow, we went from quite a lead to we're almost neck and neck now.
Oh, wait, Avvina lost an STK because of that.
Which one?
I don't think they did main gyro chamber. Did they? No, I think we remember that. Forgotten Bridge we still have. Gathering Hall they did for sure. Dungeon they absolutely did, so that's 3. Tumos we still haven't seen. Mining Station B. Oh, they gotta go back and do MSB.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Oh, that's given Nystrata a good time to make up some lost ground.
Yeah, that I would, by my estimate, it seems like they're pretty evenly matched now in terms of time.
I 100% agree. This is why I said this race is not over until that final boss is defeated. You never know what's going to happen in these races.
Was that a seeker hint on a Cobalt?
It was a seeker hint on a Cobalt. And here's another Cobalt hint, which tells us where the visor is for Echo. Thank you, game. We have already located it.
Nystrata still scanning hints, even though they have every item.
Hey, you can never be too careful. They still don't have Annihilator.
They never picked up Annihilator. That's why
No.
they're scanning hints.
They've never checked Hall of Honor Dead. Oh, that's going to hinder their progress here trying to defeat Quad, though.
Yeah.
You know, no Annihilator Beam, you can't access the energy controller.
But if they, I was going to say, even if they do the quad skip, they still can't open the door.
Yeah, well, there's a Cobalt hint on a Cobalt hint. Well, thanks, game. Oh, and the sad thing is, there's nothing really pushing Nystrata back towards Temple Grounds at all.
Not really.
I mean, yeah, they got Seeker Launcher from Feeding Pit, but they're not playing as if Seeker Launcher is next in progression. So I would make the assumption that Nystrata is probably going to do almost a full clear of Sanctuary and Inghive. Then hopefully go back to Temple Grounds. Oh, that's just painful to watch.
I'm sorry, I think I just unmuted.
I don't know how to respond to that. And it looks like Rico just got back. Well, for those of you just joining us again, or for the first time, welcome. We are roughly 3 hours into this tournament race between Nystrata and Avvina. Avvina had a slight lead due to finding Annihilator and Echo. They went for the Quadraxis fight. They tried to get the skip to bypass phase 2 and 3. Unfortunately, they did fall down in Hive Temple after the boss was unloaded, henceforth causing a reset. And sadly, the last save was all the way back at Dark Aegon before Cobalt was found, meaning they had to do the entire MSB loop again, allowing Nystrata a short amount of time to recover. The problem? Nystrata still does not have Annihilator. She is still hunting for it. And the bigger problem? That Annihilator is all the way back in Temple Grounds. There it is! There's an Annihilator hint! Ha-ha!
Huge!
The second I say something. Oh, I'm the best out of... No, I'm not. No, we're all amazing.
That has
I'm not
happened
gonna...
a lot.
I'm not going to say that. But that is...
That happened right at the beginning of the race with Amber when I was like, yeah, but they still need Amber to... Then they walk into it.
That is huge information for Nystrata. They have Cobalt, they can get Sync Map, and there's a save station right here to warp them back to Great Temple and go right for that Annihilator Beam.
And then from there, the real pathing starts.
Oh yeah, and these runners are neck and neck, 4 keys to 3 keys. Granted, Avvina has a slight lead due to already being in Sanctuary with Annihilator, but Nystrata still has plenty of time to come back from it. But they are not taking the save warp. That's interesting. I'm surprised they're not going back to Temple Grounds.
Because they have to have Annihilator to return the energy.
That, and they need that for main gyro chamber to activate that echo puzzle.
Okay, they're heading over to. Are they going to quad?
Well, they're going towards Spider side, so I'm genuinely confused on where she's heading.
They might not be remembering that the energy controller door is an Annihilator door, but
I mean, it's possible, but oh, that's gonna hurt though. And unfortunately, Avvina's stream has crashed once again. We do not have the OBS relay. That's probably not the right technical term. But
yeah, Avvina's stream is actually.
Well, there's.
Oh, there it goes.
All right, he's back. All right, so Nystrata's going to Inghive. I think you might be right. They're not remembering what the door is.
The only reason I can think of to go this particular direction is to go to quad. Unless they might go to Aegon to get those STKs and try to route in the Annihilator after. But
Yeah, but
if they were doing that, they wouldn't have come to Inghive. They're heading towards quad.
I mean, they might be going for Hive Gyro Chamber, but I don't understand why you do Hive Gyro Chamber now instead of just waiting until after you defeat quad.
That does raise some questions. Hopefully the answer is not that they forgot that is an Annihilator door, because it'd be real sad to see an entire quad fight and then be met face to face with a door you cannot open.
I don't know if Ivy would go for the out of bounds, though. I don't have that information. Yeah, just do the wall crawl to go all the way around it. Or, oh, wait a minute. Rico brings up a good point. Okay, no, I think I understand why Nystrata's doing it now. She doesn't want to come back through this part of Inghive. Grab Hive Gyro Chamber, take the save warp to get your Annihilator Beam, and then go back to Watch Station to use the Dark Portal and ATS, and use that path to get into quad because you don't want to bypass the main gate.
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting route.
Would prove faster.
I'm glad chat said it, because I didn't think about it until Rico mentioned it. It would save trying to go over Quad's gate, yeah. And Avvina is just now opening the Watch Station portal to get into Quadraxis via Annihilator Beam. Well, the good thing is Hall of Honor Dead isn't terribly far away. Just go down to Meeting Grounds, take the half pipe, you're right there. And then come back through Meeting Grounds and use that to go into Transport A. You have Dark Visor Seekers. Or just cut through Grand Wind Chamber. This race has been one wild ride, wouldn't you say?
It is certainly reminiscent of a roller coaster.
You know, I've been on a roller coaster twice, and I cannot do it again. It is just way too much movement. If you turn Marion upside down, I am not getting back up. I get motion sickness. And again, thankfully, Hall of Honor Dead has the same puzzle answer every time. This puzzle is never randomized. Thank the randomizer developers for that. That's... Oh, I hate it.
No, don't give them any ideas.
No, hey, no. Well, I
Although,
mean, I'm sure someone might do it. I don't know how you do it, though.
The amateur programmer in me is looking at this and thinking that would be quite a daunting task.
Yeah,
You'd have to have the rings be set in a different position than vanilla, but also understand exactly how they need to move in order to solve it. I don't know.
Well,
you have to have them in like different states than they were before. And how do you even have the room load like that? I'm not sure you could.
Well, I mean, if you want to test your programming skills.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it either. That just, the way you explained it sounds like a headache, so I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Alright, so Avvina has entered the Quadraxis fight once again, this time with a lot more light ammo. And Nystrata is going for the Grand Wind Chamber side. Nope, they are going into Torvus Bog. Okay, so it looks like they're going... Oh, I know why. They're going for Gathering Hall first, and then taking the lower Torvus elevator into Sanctuary.
That's a smart play. And then
Yeah.
There's an Aegon elevator we sank in just after quads, so that's a great path.
Yeah, that route's mining station B and perfectly. All right, now the problem is, let's see if Nystrata can do Gathering Hall fairly quickly, though.
I want to say that Nystrata would be in a better position if they had gotten Gathering Hall, or if they had persevered to get Gathering Hall on the first pass, but I'm not sure it would matter too much, because they still have to go back to Lower Torvus to get Dungeon.
Oh, you know, I completely forgot about Dungeon. Yeah. Oh, Avvina's going for the skip once again.
I think if they fail the skip one more time, they've put themselves in a real bad spot.
I'd say at that point, just fight the boss in its entirety. Don't risk it a third time, as that'd be way too much of a time loss.
Now, did they save on their way in?
I genuinely do not remember. I would hope so. Hopefully they saved.
that you want to always save before trying to pull off.
Hopefully they saved off a main gyro chamber. That would be a good pivot point. All right, Nystrata's going for the vanilla method of gathering hall. Smart choice. You don't want to risk it. And Avvina going for it.
Vanilla strats are faster than having to learn something new.
Yep, I agree with you.
So what Avvina wants to do is line up the jump, and it's a very slow screw attack because this is a far shot. And I think they want to be looking just a little more left than they. They're probably watching Mike right now on the Discord stream. Rico says they probably think they're really far behind, and I wouldn't blame them if they did. Being 3 hours in, it like at that point, it's anybody's race. It would seem like.
Yep, they're going for it. Let's see. Moment of truth. 3, 4,
They got
5.
It. They got it.
That's solid.
Fantastic.
All right, so second attempt, quadraxa skip. Very well done. And I am watching Nystrata's personal stream. Oh, never mind. There it goes. They have just acquired the Gathering Hall SDK. All right, so Nystrata is ahead by keys. They have 5 compared to Avvina's 4.
And they are on a fantastic linear route to get all their keys.
Oh. Well, the good thing is dungeon's pretty close by. You know, a lot of amazing tricks being pulled off. And Nystrata going for the out of bounds, Avvina doing some fantastic quad skips. It's impressive.
It is really cool to participate in these mentor tournaments and see just how fast people can learn and develop their skills whenever they have someone guiding them.
Oh, Nystrata, you went for the wrong side. For whatever reason here in this room, the left side of that archway has no collision on the other side of the wall. For whatever reason. If you time it well enough, do a screw attack bonk, and, well, congratulations, you just clipped through the floor.
I personally will never screw attack near that cage ever again after getting soft lock in it about twice now.
Oh, you've gotten stuck in it?
Yeah, during my first race, I got soft locked in there.
Huh.
It was not good.
I didn't know you could get stuck in it.
Not on the way in. I was trying to get out and accidentally initiated a screw attack.
Oh,
But,
okay. Yeah.
Now I'm afraid of it.
Oh, I understand. And Avvina has entered Sanct Temple access. And here is why we needed the Seekers and Dark Visor. That way we can use this little cannon and skip trying to do the slope jump. Alright, so the energy has So the planetary energy has been returned to Sanctuary. Tumos is now available for us. That'll get Avvina the 5th key to the Sky Temple. Meanwhile, Nystrata has finished Torvus Bog. Most likely, they'll be heading for the lower Torvus elevator to Sanctuary. That'll take them to Vault side, and in turn, go for Quadraxis and main gyro chamber. They get keys 7 and 8. Unless they already got main gyro chamber. Well, it looks like Avvina's currently going for main gyro chamber. But I believe they do have to reload the room for the Echo puzzle to load in. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't think it'll activate unless you reload the room.
Yep, and we do have the
Then
question. I believe that was Astral.
Astral? Yes, I do believe it was. It started out looking like it was going to be not too many of the annoying checks. We've got 3 or 4 really annoying.
Yeah, but then late game came.
Yeah, that Annihilator Seeker Echo situation was pretty rough. Honestly, Avvina having the thought to check Hall dead at the time that they did was kind of saved this from being just a terrible, awful seed.
It did make it easier for them, yeah. And there is confirmation that Nystrata has entered Sanctuary Fortress. I'm watching their personal stream. Oh, there it goes. This will lead right into a Quadraxis fight.
Yeah, Restream is still about a solid minute behind.
But that's okay. For we have the technology. And here you see Avvina trying to do this Echo puzzle. Now, I'm not sure if it's only in New Patcher, or it might just be the Randomania program itself. But if you scan the main door to this puzzle, it will tell you the combination. I'm not sure if that's a New Patcher exclusive, but it does help. It is New Patcher. Okay, so that's why we can't do that and have to rely on sound. Oh, these Echo puzzles can be fun sometimes.
How on earth does it tell you the solution? Does it give you like 1, 2, 3, 1 kind of thing?
On New Patcher, if you scan the door, it'll tell you high, medium, or low for the pitch. So, for example, high, low, medium. It could be 4 highs, so on. But it will tell you what pitch to hit first, second, third, etc.
Macaulay, no. This seed was generated by our own Astral Echoes.
Aptly named. I mean, it feels like a reed seed.
It does have all the hallmarks.
We should probably let Reed know how bad this is going. I'm sure somebody will tell him.
Nystrata's stream is frozen.
Well, according to the...
goes.
Never mind, I won't spoil it.
Yeah, I'm watching their actual feed.
Yeah, I got it pulled up on a second. And and Avvina just had to pull off a slope jump to get up this Spider Ball track to Cat East. Unfortunately, if Spider Guardian is not defeated, this Spider Track and Dynamo Works will not be active. But it looks like Nystrata has gone for main gyro chamber's key. That brings their total up to 7. They have 2 more left to get. They have the Tumos key and War Ritual Grounds. Meanwhile, Avvina is running a solid 5 keys. They have to get Hive Gyro Chamber, War Ritual, Sync Map, and Tumos. Yeah, the good thing is they're all localized here in Sanctuary and Hive, respectfully. War Ritual Grounds you can get on your way to the end game, and Tumos you can get with a save warp. So it's a pretty straightforward collectathon, as you stated earlier, Wyvern.
Aside from the Seekers and Echo Visor debacle,
Yeah.
that was rough. But the rest of it, yeah, they worked their way through it quite well.
Yeah, that debacle was pretty ridiculous. And unfortunately, that's what I'll say is the common problem when trying to learn echoes. When you have so much open to you, it's difficult to route in what you really should be doing.
Nystrata 2 keys ahead of Avvina right now. However, they still have to do the Quadraxis fight.
I'm curious to see if Ivy will go through the quad skip similar to Mike with Avvina.
Coming up from this side, I would doubt it, because they haven't saved in a while. It's pretty risky.
Well, that's fair. I mean, even if especially since we haven't saved, you might as well just do the entire fight for safety. And how much ammo are we going into this fight with? Oh, 82 light beam. It's not a great number, but it will get through this first phase.
It's enough.
We may have some challenges, though, on the third phase due to it.
With a missile count in the hundreds, I think they'll be okay.
Oh, that's fair.
Picking up missiles will be alright.
Right. On the flip side, Avvina has acquired Hive Gyro Chamber's key. That brings their total up to a 6. We are still missing 3. Catching up fast to Nystrata. Oh, and Avvina just missed the boost ball to get over. We're gonna go for it one more time. And they've got it second try. Alright, Nystrata trying to get a super missile lock on the kneecap. Oh, it hit, but it wasn't enough damage. Yeah, I personally find this first phase of Quadraxis to be the most difficult, just due to the kneecaps constantly changing.
Yeah, Quad does try to keep the damageable one on the opposite side of himself from Samus. And it is very annoying to deal with.
Alright, so that's 2 knees down, 2 more to go. And as far as making the Quadraxis fight faster, I could be wrong, but I believe if you do stay close to the actual feet, Quad will try to do the stomp attack more than he will the spinning cyclone. That should hopefully speed it up a little bit.
I'm gonna need a nap after this one.
Yeah, this is a pretty long one. But good news, Nystrata has defeated Quadrax's first phase. They're going for second. And Nystrata is standing on top of the legs. They're not going for... Oh, there we go. You're going for the screw attack method. That's why.
Yep.
Dark beam. No, you want to use light beam. Charge light beam. Or regular light beam. That'll work too.
You don't have to hit the node itself. Screw attack has a pretty wide. You can bonk off of a high point on the body, and the hitbox will still damage the antenna.
Yeah, I think I wonder if Nystrata's trying to save some ammo for the final phase. Nope. And Avvina's just collected the 7th key. 2 remaining. They have to go do War Ritual Grounds and Tumos. So they're in a good position. They can just take a save warp here at Sank save, and that'll set them up. But meanwhile, Nystrata just defeated Quad 2.
Those are the same 2 keys Nystrata needs to pick up.
They are, but unfortunately, Nystrata is still doing the Quadraxis fight. And can he get the module before it resets? Yes, they can. All right, one more hit on Quadraxis will end this fight. And now Quad's going to go the opposite direction. He'll go clockwise. Avvina's entered Tumos, about to grab that SDK. But have no fear, for Nystrata just defeated Quadraxis the fight itself. And surprisingly, the fight just has a missile expansion.
Oh, Avvina doesn't have 6 E-tanks. Avvina only has 5.
Oh, so they're running on less E-tanks. Well, that might be a problem if Emperor Ring 2 and 3 are poorly done. I mean, Emperor Ring 2, you're going to be taking damage a lot due to those extended tendrils. And Emperor Ring 3, you're going to get bounced around like a pinball. Speaking of which, I haven't played pinball in years.
I love pinball.
Yeah.
My mother-in-law has a pinball machine in her basement. Spend a lot of time there.
I was always more of a 8-ball billiards sort of guy. I had a pool table set up, but the fabric ripped. I was like, well, I'm not going to pay to fix it. It's just too much money.
That is a shame.
Oh, well, it happens. Yeah, what about Metroid Prime Pinball? I heard that's a pretty good game. Although
I
weird.
honestly never played it.
Neither have I. I've seen videos of it, but never tried it.
I've heard it has some good music.
I don't know what it is with Retro Studios or whoever's making these games, but whoever's behind the soundtrack design, they need a raise. All right, and going back, looks like Avvina has just entered Sky Temple grounds. They're making the way over for War Ritual grounds to get the 9th key and enter the gateway. Nystrata, on the other hand, has just come back into Sanctuary Fortress, making their way over to Alir to return the planetary energy.
I would think that they make a similar move and they head to the save station in Gyro, warp back to Umos, and then go where Avvina is now.
I would say so. If not gyro, then oh, now they're a little bit far away from Sank Map's save station.
Yeah, the issue with getting to gyro. Oh well, no, they can use the cannon now. They lost cannonball earlier.
Yep, and they have Dark Visor Seekers to activate it. All right, energy transfer complete. Both runners making the final push for the bosses. All right, so as we enter Gateway, we have 5 bosses to get through. Emperor Ring 1, 2, and 3, and then Dark Samus 3 and 4. Now these fights will go by relatively quickly if we do them fast enough. But each of these fights do have something unique about them.
If I were Avvina, I would take a save in the Sky Temple Sanctuary. Whatever that is called.
Absolutely. Take the safety save. And yes, I know this part is quick if we do it fast. I know my English is great. Thank you, Rico, for pointing that out. English is not my strong suit. Oh, and Avvina just accidentally went back into the light portal to go back to Sky Temple grounds. Nope, Nystrata's going to take that save warp. Avvina's going to re-enter the light so they can go up to Sky Temple itself. So Emperor Ring 1, 2, and 3. We have Annihilator Beam. We have a good amount of ammo. So we have a choice. Either A, we spam fire Annihilator at the core, or B, we go for a 1-cycle super missile trick with 4 supers. Emperor Ring number...
Ammo.
Nope, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Depending on ammo, the Annihilator might be a better option.
Oh, it's hard to tell. We're staring at this pure white screen right now.
Well, time to go get my sunglasses.
All right, sounds good.
Hey, who fired Sunburst in the elevator?
Sorry, I had the safety turned off. Light beam has a malfunction with it.
So Avvina is going for the super missile strat. They got 3 of the 4 super missiles off in phase 1, actually. So they're sitting on a 25% HP Emperor Ring right now. It's a missed super missile. They're having trouble lining up another one. There it is. Oh, it's got a sliver of health left. And the phase ended, so...
Oh, we're back.
Going to have to go to these 3. Oh, yeah, we have visual.
We have visual confirmation. Now, keep going, Wyvern. You were on a good roll.
Well, I already told you this.
Well, I mean, now we actually get to see it.
So, if there's a super missile miss, now they're going to land the next one.
What are you, psychic?
Well, no, wait. I guess we're a little bit more behind than that.
And the second you said it, it froze again. Oh, dang it.
Over on the live side, Avvina is on Emperor Ring 2. Getting tossed around a little bit. They're doing pretty good on health, though, so they're looking safe.
And over on this...
issues. landing their Morphball bombs on the tentacles. And Nystrata getting that final SDK right about now.
Yep, over on Nystrata's life feed, they have just entered Sky Temple. They have just made their way up, and they're making their way over to the final boss chamber. So, yes,
we have Avvina's feedback.
We are back live. So, going back to our live stream for just a moment. Looks like Nystrata's still just about to enter Sky Temple. Avvina is crawling around Emperor Ring 2's exoskeleton, trying to break open the core.
Hitting these things with Morphball bombs is just so annoying.
Well, the good thing is Avvina's almost done with this exoskeleton. Just a handful more pods.
Just these last two, I think.
Yeah, when Nystrata's making their way, they just took that safe station.
They can't even see it. The poison fog is so thick.
Yeah, that's the danger of Emperor Ring 2. If you take too long, you just lose all visibility. Oh, there we go. Emperor Ring number 3. So, Emperor Ring number 3. This is a great photo of him. Standing here, knees bent, showing proper
Armor
lifting
gone.
techniques.
Oh, here we go. Okay, looks like they landed a hit. A little bit of missing health there, although, wow. Very early in the fight, they've already lost 3 full E-tanks.
Oh, and Nystrata's going for the Annihilator strat on Emperor Ring 1. But unfortunately, most of them are missing. She's got a bad angle. So, long story short, Emperor Ring 1. They're back in development. There was supposed to be an additional damage step, which revolved around armor on the lower part. Now, for whatever reason, that armor got scrapped, but the hitbox stayed in. And that hitbox was susceptible to screw attack. That'd be your main way to remove it. Well, because the hitbox is still registered in the game, you can still damage it by the hitbox. So we'll just throw our screw attack at the underside of Emperor Ring, do massive damage, and the fight's over.
I don't know if it'll come down to a center. It looks like
No.
spent a lot of their light beam ammo fire shots, so now, I mean, they could still be using it because a single light beam shot will knock out it. So they should use their remaining ammo getting rid of these tentacles.
I do want to say confirmation is on Nystrata's live feed. They are on Emperor Ring 2. So they are making progress. Alright, Dark Samus 3 and 4. Soaring, is there anything special we should know about this final fight?
There are a couple of strategies that you can use to get through. The main thing is that at a certain point of damage taken, Dark Samus will switch strategies and start moving to the center of the stage where she will become invulnerable and like float in the air, shooting projectiles at you until you can do a special attack to damage her. So in order to prevent that invulnerable state, you see a strategy like what Avvina is doing here. You can trigger a shield animation by firing missiles that you can then take advantage of the end of the animation, fire a couple dark beam shots or land a screw attack, and fire another missile to trigger the animation again. This can stop Dark Samus from becoming invulnerable and save you quite a bit of time on the fight.
You know, Avvina's got a great lock-on going. They've got Dark Samus in a prime position. Oh, well, she's moving. Can Avvina get that lock? I mean, Dark Samus hasn't entered the center of the room yet.
I'm very, very surprised they didn't get centered just there when Dark Samus was standing in the middle of the room.
Yeah, that was pretty close. Dark Samus still circle. Oh, a final center. So close to the end.
But they just need one phase-on shot to end the fight. Not that one, here it is.
Time.
That is time.
Official time of 3:38:07. Well, GG's to Avvina and Mike. Congratulations. And Nystrata is still going on Emperor Ring. They just entered Emperor Ring 3.
Oh, they hit the mouth. They're going to have to do the damage phase.
Oh.
I do believe so.
Alright, Nystrata's getting bounced around. Oh, we do have an official forfeit from Nystrata, though. I'm surprised Nystrata chose to forfeit. It's right here at the final bosses. But this race is over. I know we're still a little bit slow on the restream, but we do have the race time confirmation. And we do have some technical problems on the invite link. Please stand by momentarily.
Heyo.
Hello. Welcome.
That was my first tournament seed ever. That was quite a seed.
Yeah, this is a very, very bad one to get started off with.
You know what? It could only get better from here.
But with that, we welcome Nystrata to the booth. Thank you for joining us. And
Hello.
Avvina will be here shortly. They have an invalid invite link, so we need to send a manual link out. So pardon me just a few moments. If I can find the link, that'd be great.
I was kind of surprised that this was closer than I thought it would be, because I assumed Avvina would be like miles ahead of me by now. I thought they would have finished like half an hour ago, because I took so many detours.
Well, there was like a...
Hello.
All right, and with that, we welcome Avvina and Mike to the booth. So everyone's here. We are missing Ivypaw, though. I'm not sure if he'll be joining us, though. And Nystrata, you know if 5Es will be joining us tonight?
I'm unsure, but we'll see.
Okay. But with that, we welcome everyone to the booth. Congratulations, Avvina, for your first place victory today. It was extremely close. You were both on the final bosses at the same time.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I have one thing I really want to say.
Please, by
What's
all
up?
means. Just a deep sigh. Okay.
deep sigh.
So like, the funny thing is, everyone's like, "Oh, this was a seed," and I was like, "Oh, this is my first seed ever." I don't know how bad this was compared to other games.
Well,
I'd say it's on par with what everyone else had to experience.
Okay.
Yeah.
with that, Is there anything you'd like to say to Astral for generating the seed for you both today?
That was fun. That is my comment for now. I'll
now.
get back to you about. I will get back to you when I have more explicit things to say.
I would like to say that I learned a lot
Yeah.
from the seed. That's
Well,
that's the best I can offer.
Yeah.
well, that's the great part about these mentor and mentee seeds. Always learning something new each and every time.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that'll be my first question for you both, Avvina, Nis. Being mentees in this tournament, how did your mentors throughout the weeks prepare you for today? You know, what was your experience like?
For me, I actually was really busy this week, so I've only been able to practice a little bit. I played 1 or 2 seeds, and every time we played there, I learned something new, which is really fun. Even during playing this seed, I was trying tricks I've never tried before, and it sometimes worked out. And then, as you've seen, it might take 9 or 10 tries. But it's still really fun to be like, oh, this is my first time trying this trick. And if it works out, it's really cool. And if it doesn't, I learned something new. So that's my take on it.
That sounds pretty similar to mine. Mike helped me in one with heavy air quotes practice seed that was mostly me learning things and practicing tech. Cat Human helped me in a couple. Baha helped me in one. Huge shout outs to all of them. Great people, very helpful. But yeah, that this seed was like, all those things that you've been focusing on and practicing. Fuck you, none of that matter. Oh, sorry.
Well, the first slip on the stream.
The swear
I
jar.
apologize.
That's okay.
Screw attack you. None of that mattered. Time to do something new.
Can we use that bypass? Are we allowed to say that?
Screw attack you?
It's probably
Well,
cool
I guess
for
it
you.
works.
in the
I
game.
mean, the concept of echoes.
Sorry.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how that gets ruled tomorrow. But yeah, shout outs for Ivy for a lot of the routing help because there's such a lot to juggle. Because I used to play Prime a lot. This is a lot more checks and states and
Same.
just a lot more things to have to keep in mind. And Ivy was crucial in helping me remember and to route where to go. Because every
Shout
time
out
I wanted to
to-
go somewhere, I was like, "Should we say warp back?" And he's like, "No, we're gonna go take this elevator now."
Mike hard carried the routing on our end. A lot of I should go through this door. I'm trying to go to the portal, right? And Mike was like, yes, there's a ice or a light beam door right in front of you, and then roll through the next room, and then turn left, dark beam door. You got it. I don't know this game very well. Great mentor, great help. Helped cover for my lack of knowledge on echoes. Also, the early game.
Well, you found Screw Attack right away. That was impressive.
Yeah, we both did, I bet.
Yeah.
Tech first was not what I was expecting. It would open up a lot more of the game than I kind of assumed it would be.
We were an hour-ish. We lockpicked Boost from Spider Side, but otherwise we were, an hour or so when we finally left just early Temple Grounds and Aegon checks, I think.
Yeah, that's where the route took a major difference. 1 hour in, Avvina, you went for Spider's Treasure almost immediately due to finding that power bomb expansion on Crossroad.
Yeah.
But since you mentioned routing, there is one thing I've been meaning to ask, and that's your Seeker missiles today.
that was a time.
Yeah, that was a fun location over in Feeding Pit.
I have 2 notes on that one, which I assume Mike was about to say. You can go ahead and take credit for that if you'd like to.
No, go ahead. I'm just here in case anybody has questions.
Mike just kind of called it. We were just like, do we go check these last 3 or 4 checks, or do we go do the cleanup? But we have to do a seeker skip, or I think it was right after the seeker skip we were talking about. Yeah, those seekers were hard called. Which, speaking of, the grapple beam that I never went to check or pick up, Mike also hard called as soon as we saw that hint.
Ooh, yeah. I was so worried about having to go to Reliquary when I said movement system wasn't there, and I was like, all right, we're gonna check other checks first, and it turned out it was grapple there, so we didn't have to go get it. But I would have just immediately gone and picked it up and been disappointed that it was grapple.
Yeah, Mike just said, we're going to hope that's grapple. Let's go. And it was a good call. So, Marion, what was the routing difference?
Your main routing difference, I'd say, Wyvern, if you have any comments on that before I get into these notepads here.
Honestly, it was a really long blur. I couldn't even tell you the specifics of when they split off.
Well, going based on what I have here, the biggest change, honestly, was the 1 hour mark. For whatever reason, Avvina, you went for Crossroads to get that power bomb expansion due to having a cannonball off a junction site.
Yeah.
You both found cannonball, so that was an interesting time. But lockpicking into Spider's treasure, finding boost ball, and then using that to clear out a good majority of the rest of Aegon, and eventually finding Hall of Honor dead for your Annihilator beam before entering Sanctuary for the first time. That really started pushing you towards the right direction. Unfortunately for you, Nystrata, your Annihilator beam was very fun to locate.
It was. We found it through a hint.
You got lucky.
That was a fun one.
Yeah, you got lucky with the hint.
Totally, or technically locked behind itself.
Yeah, it was Cobalt. It was a Cobalt hint.
Yeah.
That required Cobalt.
That was a great moment though when you got that hint, because Avvina had just done the quad skip and didn't get it on their first attempt. So
yeah, I was gonna say the first and the second time.
They had to reset out of quad, giving up a decent amount of time, and we're sitting here like, okay, so Nystrata still hasn't found Annihilator beam, and then you scan the hint and you turn to go back. We were like, oh, this is huge. It was a great moment.
Oh, that is wild.
I'm happy to provide content.
But yeah, good game. Avvina, that was really fun.
Yeah, likewise. There were definitely points where I was not having fun.
Yeah.
I mean, 3.5 hours in, it was.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm glad we finished close.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all were just a couple of minutes apart from each other. It was really close. Let's see here. Well, I guess a common question. Your STK hints today. How do you feel about those?
I think you saw my opinion on the STK hints.
Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, you
Was
gave
I
us a
first or
smiley
second?
face. You were first to get your hints.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I felt super ahead at that point of the race. I did not later, but yeah.
I mean, Tumos, Main, and Hive Gyro, Dungeon, all the way back to Mining Station B, and then throwing Sync Map in there for a little bit of fun.
MSB was kind of goated though. 3 Cobalt. Or
That's
not
true.
Cobalt. What was there?
It was Cobalt.
It was Cobalt?
It was Cobalt in there.
Thank you, MSB.
You saw me do Gathering Hall. That took like 10 tries and I still gave up.
We saw it. You had a great system going, screw attacking over to the rotating platform. But I'm not sure what happened after that.
It just means I need more practice with screw attack. I'm not great at screw attack canceling, and maybe that's something I'll practice for the next one.
You and me both.
Mm-hmm.
Soaring, any other questions, concerns you'd like to bring up today?
I didn't happen to
And I think my audio's cutting out again.
I think that's for everyone. I heard 3 words.
I think Soren cut out.
Oh, my bad. You pretty much covered everything that I had noted that I thought about talking about here, but I do want to say that throughout this race, like there were moments where either one of you could have been considered in the lead, so this was like super close the whole time, and I just want to say well done. This was very entertaining.
Thank you.
I'm glad I can amuse.
I would like to give one last shout out, Mike. Thank you very much. You're a great teacher, a great help. Especially when I got overwhelmed and was just kind of like, okay, I'm going through this door and then turning left and going through this door. Very helpful. Cat Human helped me a bunch as well. Very, very great individual, very helpful. And, everyone else involved, all the mentors. 10 out of 10. We appreciate you.
Nystrata,
Shout
any
outs to Ivy.
final... Oop, there it
A
is.
shout out to Ivy for being my mentor for both practice seeds and for today. And I am glad that well, actually, I'm trying to say thanks for having me for this race and for future races.
All right, so
And
with that...
time for my Metroid.
Yeah, it's Echoes is a very interesting game to learn. I mean, unlike Prime, where it's everything sort of spread out, Echoes is so interconnected that once you have a good majority open to you, it gets harder and harder to try to route efficiently.
On the flip side, Prime is a straight line, always.
Yep.
All right. So with that, we are coming up to our time limit here. So just a few more before we sign off for the night. Avvina, Nystrata, as both of you being mentees in this tournament, if you had to give one piece of advice to other mentees or the mentors helping out in today's tournament, what would you say to them?
I guess, like, I don't know, this race is like, what, 14, 15, 16 hours long?
We got a lot more weeks to go.
Yeah, I know. There definitely comes a point where you're playing a game you're not very good with and comfortable with, and you're just like, okay, I'm just going to press the buttons. I'm going to trust the process. Please, mentor, save me. Mike did a great job of that, especially like post my soft locked quad skip. But like it's okay to just accept that you don't know what you're doing sometimes and just be like, all right, tell me.
All right, Nystrata, what about your friendly words of advice?
I think my advice is give it a go. I was really apprehensive about joining because I thought I was going to be terrible at this game. Turns out I am, but there's also a lot of chances to get better and have fun. So I think if anyone's listening to this and, has an inkling of wanting to maybe try the next time there's a mentor tournament, I can words good.
Me. All right.
There's the next time there's a mentors tourney for either Prime or Echoes or maybe in another game. I think give it a go. I'm really glad that I gave it a chance, and I'm gonna continue having fun. And also, again, shoutouts to Ivy, but also shoutouts to all the tournament organizers and including you two commentators.
It's always a pleasure being here.
Thank you, Wyvern. Thank you, Marianne.
You're very welcome.
Always a pleasure. Mike, I'll throw one your way since you're joining us here on the mentor side. Same question. As being a mentor, what would be your word of advice for any mentees under your belt?
Yeah, just don't be afraid to reach out. That's something I see quite a bit, and it's really unfortunate because like we're here to help, right? We signed up for this. We really want to help you. Me personally, I want to help as many people as I can. Like if you reach out, we will be more than happy to give you advice. We'll watch along your seeds. You're here to learn and we're here to teach. And it's really important that we reach out to each other and we communicate. And I just want you guys to have a good time, you know. And I think that's really important. That's the whole point of this, you know. We're just here for fun. At the end of the day, right? It doesn't really matter if you win or lose. At the end of the day, if you learn something, that's all that really matters.
This was quite a bit of learning. I think I even said at one point, I was like, Mike, I'm not here to win. I'm here to learn.
Yeah.
Was that right before quad skip?
No, that
Soft
was when
lock?
I asked you if you wanted to learn another seeker skip for my
Oh
decision.
yeah, right. Yeah. Okay, that was before the seeker skip I did.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think all of us know most of the mentors here and most of the people who would be mentors for other tournaments and something. And you know, everyone in the Randomizer community is awesome, great people. We love them. They're very nice. It's a really welcoming community and a good use of your time. If you would like to get involved, you can always join the Discord and ask any questions you have. Feel free to reach out to anyone. Maybe not me for echoes. I'm not very good at it, but you know, no one will ever be upset if you ask them for help or advice, especially if you're joining one of these tournaments.
All right, and with that, Wyvern, do you have anything final you'd like to say before we start closing our program?
Really great time.
Wyvern, you're cutting out again.
The way that I cut out was
Really?
so funny.
Great tea.
I'm good, I guess.
Okay.
I can't speak today.
That's okay. All right. All right, we're going to start closing our program tonight, folks. It's been an absolute blast having everyone here to join us on Speed Gaming. Number one, first and foremost, many thanks to Speed Gaming for hosting us each and every year. It's a pleasure putting on these events for you, and hopefully in the future we can keep growing larger and larger as a community. Number two, many props to the Metroid community itself for all their amazing talent. You know, I didn't know about it till just a few years ago, and yet here we are, still constantly growing. It's a new experience each and every day. So for anyone interested, all of our information below has been posted for the bot. If you're interested in any sort of Metroid game, the randomizer system itself, or just being part of a welcoming community for all, we're open to having anyone, no matter who you are. As far as the tournament goes, this will be the last race for this week. We have nothing else on the schedule currently. Once we have information, we will provide it as soon as possible. But right now, we are still in the scheduling phase for week 2. No information yet, though. But stay tuned, it should be coming out in a few days. Other than that, oh, well, we have one tomorrow afternoon. All right, it appears my notes here are wrong. So disregard that. We have a possibility for one tomorrow. Stay tuned. With that being said, Avvina, Nystrata, thank you so much for putting on an amazing race. You both were fantastic. Continue the great work, and I'm looking forward to see what you have in the coming weeks. Mike, thank you for being an amazing mentor, as well as Ivypaw. All of the mentors and mentees out there, continue doing a great job. As long as you're having fun in this tournament, that's what matters the most. And Wyvern, thank you for joining me in the booth. It's been an absolute blast.
I had a great time.
All right. With that being said, thank you everyone for joining us. Remember to stay safe, have a fantastic week, but most importantly, we'll see you next mission. Take care.
See you next mission.